Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku and Bakugo both were quirkless and fell in love with Nejire Hado movie. Before we start, please go support cismomusic for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. After receiving bad news that they both had no quirks, Izuku and Kacchan decided that they would become heroes no matter what. While our beautiful senpai tries to get over her love relationship, she will find herself in a situation where she will have to choose correctly the person she wants to be with. Chapter 01: An Unbreakable Promise. I know that when my quirk manifests it will be incredible. Something in me tells me it will be. A certain green-haired boy of only 4 years old said. Next to him was a certain red-eyed blonde who had a big smile saying, "Mine will be more amazing than yours, Izuku. Just wait and see." Izuku looked at his friend and smiled, saying, "I'm sure it will be like that, Kacchan." Both friends had big smiles as they played with their number one hero All Might action figures. Their mothers watched them from the doorway, both with a slight smile on their faces. Inko, wow, it seems like those two never tire of playing. Mitsuki, and you say that if they have unlimited energy, but after all they are children, and children are always full of energy. Inko, you're right, while they're playing, let's go have some tea. What do you think? That beautiful green-haired girl asked her best friend Mitsuki Bakugo. Mitsuki nodded as they turned around and entered the green-haired girl's house. Izuku and Kacchan were playing in the yard having a blast. The days passed and the pair of friends were very close. In kindergarten they would get together with a small group of friends to play. They saw how several almost of their classmates had already begun to manifest their quirks. Some did not have a very striking quirk, but the green-haired boy was still excited to see them. The days passed and our green-haired boy still did not show anything in relation to his quirk. This caught his mother's attention, which worried her a lot, so she decided to take him to a doctor to do some studies. The green-haired boy was just very excited, wanting to know what kind of quirk he would have. When it was his turn to attend to them, both went in. Inko explained the situation to the doctor, who began to examine the green-haired boy carefully. After about 15 minutes, I had the results of the studies ready. He just looked at little Izuku, who had his eyes full of excitement at knowing his quirk. Giving a slight smile, he looked at Inko, apologizing for what he was about to say, proceeding to explain the green-haired boy's special situation and that he had been born without a quirk. This news was a very hard blow for the green-haired boy and for Inko. His mother really felt bad about the news she had just heard. Izuku could only look at his mother, and even though it had been a hard blow for him, he simply gave a slight smile, saying, "I see, thank you very much, doctor." Little Izuku stood up, grabbing his mother's hand to say, "Let's go home, Mom." Inko looked at her son, who had a slight smile. She nodded her head, saying goodbye to the doctor to leave that place. On the way home, she didn't know what words to say to encourage her son. Arriving home, Izuku went to his room without saying anything else. Lying on his bed, he looked at all the things he had in his room, his All Might things, and said in a low voice, "I can also be a hero, right?" His eyes were glazed over, threatening to shed tears, but as much as he wanted to cry, he remembered All Might's smile as he rubbed his eyes and said, "A hero should always smile no matter what the situation is." The next day at kindergarten, he met up with his best friend Kacchan, who was sitting somewhat dejectedly on the swings in the backyard. Izuku sat next to him, asking if he was okay, since he didn't seem to be the same Kacchan as always. Katsuki, without looking at his friend, asked, "Do you remember that I told you that my quirk would be better than yours?" Izuku nodded his head slightly, saying, "Yes, I remember, Kacchan. Why do you ask?" Kacchan stayed silent for a couple of seconds before saying, "I'll be cheering you on when your quirk manifests, since mine will never manifest itself. I'm a quirkless Izuku." Those words made the green-haired boy open his eyes wide. Kacchan stood up and with a slight smile said, "At least I'm happy that one of us two can become a hero. I will support you until the end, Aizu." He couldn't finish speaking because the green-haired man stood up, saying, "I am also a quirkless, Kacchan." Kacchan just looked at his friend, saying, "Why, you really mean it?" Izuku nodded his head saying, "Yesterday the doctor told me that I was born without a quirk. I was going to tell you today, but I guess you took me by surprise when you said you're a quirks too." The blonde gave a slight smile saying, "I guess we're two quirks." The blonde extended his fist saying, "No matter what happens, let's promise that this won't stop us from being heroes, Izuku." Izuku with a big smile replied, "We will be the best Kacchan heroes." He fist bumped his best friend, making their friendship stronger than ever as they both shared something in common that united them. Since that day a week passed, a week in which Izuku and Kacchan spent time together because the rest of their friends made fun of them for not having a quirk, but they simply ignored them and continued with their thing. Every day they gathered at the green-haired boy's house to play. Inko and Natsuki simply couldn't understand how they were still the same as always. Despite having received that bad news, they both felt guilty about it. One Friday afternoon we can see how Izuku and Kacchan were walking through a small forest, exploring that place, although there were signs that said it was dangerous to enter that place because it was easier to get lost. Being children, this did not matter to them and they entered anyway, because for them it was quite an adventure. As they walked through the forest they talked to each other. The further they went they felt as if the whole place was changing location, as if it were moving slowly. They came across a small water channel. Both crossed it through some rocks that protruded from the ground, creating a path. Said path led them to the other end of the channel. Upon reaching the other end, the green-haired man and the blonde man could see how the forest path began to get steep. With some difficulty, they began to climb slowly, and as they climbed the path became steeper and steeper, so much so that they began to feel short of breath. But both Izuku and Kacchan could see that up ahead there was something that was shining. These intrigued ones began to walk somewhat hurriedly and curious to know what it was. His eyes widened as he saw that it was a small wooden box, with a golden symbol on each corner. The box was buried in the ground. They both looked at each other, and without thinking twice they began to dig with their hands around it. The two of them took the box with their hands and pulled it back with all their strength. Since it seemed that something was holding it to the ground, they put all their strength and managed to get it out. But when they pulled it out, their own weight overcame them, so they began to fall down that steep path. Kacchan grabbed the box without letting go. They continued rolling until they finally ended up in that water channel. Both had some scrapes and bruises on their bodies. Izuku stood up quite sore, looking at his friend at his side, who was holding that box without letting go. The green-haired man extended his hand and helped him stand up. They sat on the side of that channel looking at that box. The blonde asked, "Do you want to see what's inside, Izuku?" Izuku nodded his head, very intrigued. Between the two of them they managed to open the box, which was about 45 centimeters long and about 25 centimeters wide. A lot of dust came out of it because it seemed to be very old. Inside it they could see 4 ancient scrolls. "Scrolls?" That's what the blonde said, quite disappointed, because I imagined that maybe they would find something more interesting. The green-haired man looked at him and asked, "Don't you want to see what they say, Kacchan?" Kacchan stood up saying, "No thanks, I didn't come here to read old scrolls. Let's go back home, Izuku." Izuku grabbed the box with the scrolls and stood up, and when he turned around he stood still like his friend, because they saw that in front of them there was a large amount of fog, so much so that they couldn't see anything of that path by which they had arrived at that place. "Kacchan, it's okay, buddy, it's just a little fog. Come on, Izuku." They both began to walk, losing themselves in the fog, not knowing that behind them were 2 people. One of them would say, "We're here on a mission. And those 2 boys are the reason. It's not for nothing that they were able to find those scrolls." The other person just agreed. That day was the last day that Inko and Mitsuki saw their children for the last time. Since that day Izuku and Kacchan had not returned home. They simply disappeared without a trace. Chapter 02, Jiru's Proposal. From that day on, the green-haired boy's mother and the blonde boy's mother knew nothing about them, because those 2 little ones had never come home. Both mothers began to search desperately for them. A group of police officers and neighbors from the nearby area began the arduous search, but despite searching day after day, they never found them. They searched for them even in that forest along with professional heroes who joined the search, but the result was the same. Their disappearance made headlines throughout Japan for a time. At one point, Inko and Natsuki stopped searching, having lost all hope of finding them. Inko fell into a terrible depression just like Mitsuki. Such news had reached the ears of a wealthy family who had joined in the search for those children, and had even offered a large reward to whoever found them. With such news, several people joined the search, but the results were in vain. Since that day 12 years had passed, we can see how under a waterfall there were two young people enduring the large amount of water that fell on their heads. The blonde's body was already extremely shaking, but he said to himself, "Pain doesn't exist, I can go on. Pain doesn't exist, I can go on." Next to him was Izuku, who had a big smile, saying, "That's it, Kacchan, you can do it." "Kacchan, shut up, Izuku, you're making me lose concentration." The green-haired man laughed and said, "I'm sorry, my mistake, Kacchan." These had already been standing in the same place for more than 5 hours straight. This was part of their training. The bodies of both young men were very well worked, as they had greater muscles than a boy their age should have. They had great physical resistance and concentration. From the shadow of a tree were two people looking at them with a slight smile. One of them would say, "It seems like it was yesterday when they were children, and now they are healthy and strong boys. I'm proud of them. I guess they've reached the pinnacle of their training. There is nothing more we can teach them. Now it is up to them to continue honing their skills on their own. If they leave tomorrow and do not return, it means that this place has finally let them go, since it kept them here for 12 years. This limbo where we find ourselves now, well, after all, sooner or later we would have to say goodbye." While we can see how a certain light blue-haired girl was in class, her light blue eyes were focused on the cloudy sky that was a dark gray hue, because that day they had announced that there would be a storm. Nejire was so lost in her thoughts that she hadn't noticed that her two friends Tamaki and Mirio were talking to her. Mirio took her by the shoulders and shook her hard, saying, "Nejire, listen to us." Nejire, while still being shaken, laughed, saying, "I'm sorry, I was a little distracted." Mirio stopped moving her, saying, "And you said it, we were talking to you for about 5 minutes and you didn't answer us. Are you okay? Does something hurt?" The blonde asked as he looked into her eyes to see if his friend was trying to lie to him or not. Nejire looked away, saying, "Why, yes, I'm fine, stop looking at me like that." Mirio hesitated for a few seconds, saying, "Okay, I'll believe you, come on, it's time for lunch." Nejire stood up, saying, "Let's go eat something," he replied with a big smile. In this way the three friends left the classroom, heading to the academy dining room. Note: in this story Nejire would be in 3rd year and Class A in 2nd year. Logically, in the original story Nejire would have already graduated. But this is my story and my times XD, so I decide if he graduates or not XD. End of note. The three friends, upon arriving at the dining room, sat at the table and began to eat while talking about some things. Nejire looked at a specific table where a classmate was sitting. He had gray hair and bright blue eyes. They both exchanged glances, but Nejire, with a sad look, looked away from him. Tamaki and Mirio noticed this, knowing that something had happened between her and him. Since these used to be boyfriends, and from one day to the next they had broken up, and although the light blue-haired girl tried to pretend, her friends realized that she was not emotionally well. Meanwhile, at the table of the girls of Class 2A, we can see how a certain purple-haired girl brought up a topic that had been history for a while. "Jairu, do you remember that forest where those two children got lost?" At that question, the rest of her classmates simply looked at her and agreed. "Momo, I remember my father offered a very high reward for whoever found them, but even then it was of no use." A brown-haired girl replied. "When my family heard the news, they joined the search, but it was also in vain." "Jairu, what do you think happened to them?" she asked as she looked at her companions. "What I mean is that the last time they were seen was when they went into that forest, and just like that they disappeared without a trace. Doesn't that seem strange to you?" "Momo, I think something strange is happening in that forest. I remember my father telling me that when he went to that forest with the police, he said he could feel how that forest was slowly changing places. At the time he thought it was his imagination, but to be honest I don't think my father imagined something like that. Since that day I know that there are signs and an electric fence that prevent access to that place, not to mention that before reaching it there are guards who watch so that no one enters. Jairu, what if we go tomorrow to see? She asked without knowing how her companions would react. They just looked at her in amazement as that idea and question was quite crazy. Momo, are you serious, Jairu? The brunette asked, thinking that maybe she said it like a joke, but her friend's answer left her speechless. Jairu, if you don't want to come then I'll go alone. I've wanted to go to that forest for a long time. I feel that with my quirk maybe I can find something. Tsuyu, but that place is forbidden, Jero. If you go there and the same thing happens to you as them, your parents will be very sad, Jero. Uraraka gave him a smile saying, I support you, Jairu. With my quirk it will be impossible for us to get lost, since we can float above the forest. Mina excitedly joined in on their plan. Tsuyu wasn't so sure about her friend's idea. Momo hesitated for a few seconds but eventually joined them. Fortunately for the girls, a light blue-haired girl had heard the purple-haired girl's idea. Nejire approached them and told them that she would also join them. This surprised the girls a lot, since they all got along well with their senpai, so they accepted her gladly. They made a pact that they would not tell the others anything, because if a teacher heard their idea, he would scold them. The blue-haired girl agreed to meet the girls after school to talk about what time they would leave tomorrow. Nejire returned to the table with her two friends a little more cheerful. Mirio asked him, Did something happen? It's that your face now shows a smile as if you were about to do something mischievous. This one in its chibi version would say, Nejire, promise me you won't do anything stupid. Nejire in her chibi version would raise her hand saying, I promise, Mirio. Tamaki while eating a hamburger would say in his thoughts, She's lying. The next day the group of friends consisted of Momo, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Mina, Jairu, Hagakure and Nejire set off towards the famous forest. After about 20 minutes, they were already in front of the signs and the fence prohibiting access to that place. Momo had created gas bombs to put the guards to sleep, since he said gas was for that function. The light blue-haired girl was very excited and curious to know what fate had in store for her in that forest. Nejire, it's time, girls. This was the first to take a step into the forest. Chapter 03, Pain Still in the Present. The other girls, seeing how their senpai was the first to cross that fence, without thinking much, followed her and began to enter that forest slowly. As they moved forward they could see how beautiful that place was, because it had beautiful vegetation. The trees that were there were very, very tall, taller than normal. Nejire walked very excited and anxious. Jairu was attentive with her jacks in case she heard any sound or something like that. Momo was attentively observing every aspect of that place, just like the other girls. A certain pink-haired girl would say, This place is very beautiful. I don't understand how it can be as dangerous as they say. Momo, don't be too confident, Mina. Remember that appearances are deceiving. She couldn't finish speaking when she felt a slight tremor that shook the place slightly. They all remained still until the tremor stopped. Mina, an earthquake? Is it natural or did something cause it? Momo, I don't know, but you have to be careful. They all nodded their heads as they continued walking. Uraraka could see that there were several animals on those large trees. Tsuyu, for a forbidden place it's very beautiful, Jero. The girls reached the channel that Izuku and Kacchan had found 12 years ago. Momo looked at that part of the place while bringing her right hand to her chin saying, This is strange. The other girls looked at her and asked why she said that. The brunette turned to look at them and said, When my father was in this place, the people who helped in the search never mentioned having found a water channel. Tsuyu, maybe it was formed some time after Jero. Momo, yes, maybe that's it. She answered somewhat doubtfully. Nejire could see a path of rocks that jutted out of the canal to cross to the other end of it. The light blue-haired girl mentioned this to the other girls. Without wasting time, they crossed that path cautiously. When they reached the other end, they could see how the path began to become steep. Momo, already quite doubtful, stopped dead, remembering everything her father had told her that time. Without a doubt, the place that her eyes were looking at was a place that neither her father nor the people who went in search of those boys saw. It was a place that had been unexplored. They began to walk slowly because that steep path looked quite unstable in some parts. So they had to be careful about where they placed their feet. Jairu stopped dead in her tracks when she heard some sounds coming from several meters ahead of them. She planted her jacks on the ground to try to better capture the sounds, but in doing so she couldn't hear anything. This seemed extremely strange to the purple-haired girl. Resuming their path, they climbed a little higher, feeling that as they climbed it was becoming more difficult for them to breathe. Momo could see that several meters away from them, an area of the earth had been moved, as if they had unearthed something. Nejire was the first to approach that place, seeing how on the ground there were 2 marks of small feet, like those of a child. All the others saw this and were quite surprised, because those footprints looked as if they were fresh. The light blue-haired girl activated her quirk and began to rise a little higher, and when she looked back, what she saw really surprised her. She told Uraraka to use her quirk on the others so they would see the same thing. The brown-haired girl agreed and did as her senpai asked. Once they were all floating, they looked back and were greatly surprised. None of them could believe that they couldn't see any buildings in the city. All around them were just trees and nothing else. Not even in the distance were there any traces of the city. This worried the girls a little, so they went down and decided to go back the way they had come. But when they were returning, they noticed that the main path by which they had arrived at that water channel was no longer there. None of them could explain what was happening or what they were seeing, so after calming their nerves and their ideas, they decided to look for that path. After spending 2.5 hours, they managed to return to where the electric fence was that prohibited access to that place. Nejire, we're finally back, she said while trying to catch her breath. The others were the same way. Each one turned around, looking at that forest that really turned out to be stranger than what was rumored, but for a moment they all thought that they would end up lost like those 2 children, but they were grateful to have found the way back. Jairu, we better get back to the academy. The purple-haired girl's voice had a nervous tone. They all nodded their heads in total silence, and began to walk away from that place. As Nejire walked, she began to remember that for a moment she thought she had seen the silhouettes of 2 people who were in that forest hundreds of meters away from them. But she could only think that she had seen wrong and that her vision had played tricks on her. Meanwhile, we can see how 2 friends run at high speed while pushing themselves from tree to tree. Kacchan, hey Izuku, did you also see those people in the distance? Izuku looked at him sideways and with a big smile replied. Do you mean the ones that were in that place where we found that box with the sacred scrolls? Kacchan, so you saw them too? I thought I was imagining things. Izuku, yes, I saw them. I wonder what are they doing in this forest. I just hope this forest lets them out and they don't get trapped. They continued with their thing until they reached the waterfall where they always trained. Upon arriving, they both respectfully greeted their 2 teachers. They responded by greeting the young people and then approached them and gave them uniforms that were the same as the ones they were wearing. Not to mention that they were also given something else, a sign that their training with them had come to an end. Telling them that the time had come to say goodbye, the time for them to return home had come. Izuku and Kacchan just looked at their teachers for a few brief seconds. They gave a slight smile to tell them, "Don't give us those looks, sooner or later we'll have to say goodbye. I can say with a big smile that we are very proud of you both. Now you are no longer those 2 children we found that time. What I see before my eyes are 2 big, strong young men with big hearts and a desire to help others no matter the situation." He put his hand on both of their hair and with a big smile said, "Remember, live with pride. If your weakness defeats you, warm your heart, grit your teeth and move forward." Both with great determination and a smile responded, "Yes, Master." "Master, well, now it's time for you to leave. This is the only chance you have to get out of this limbo. No matter what happens, don't look back when you leave." Izuku and Kacchan didn't say anything and just stayed silent. Bakugo's teacher looked at him saying, Brat, you learned each technique very well. I know you'll know how to use them well. Let's say I approve of you. Bakugo clenched his fist, saying, Thank you, teacher. They both looked at their teachers for one last time and then turned their backs and began walking out of the forest. As they walked, they felt a great breeze of wind coming from behind them. Izuku, despite having a smile on his face, couldn't stop some tears from falling from his eyes. Kacchan, in the same way, had tears falling down his cheeks. No matter how much they wanted to turn around to see their teachers, they knew they shouldn't, because if they did, they would know that harsh reality would hit them very hard. Kacchan, while walking, asked the following question. Do you remember our promise, Izuku? Izuku, of course. Kacchan was silent for a few seconds, and when he was about to speak, the green-haired man interrupted him, saying, Let's make a new promise. No matter what happens, we will keep alive all the teachings of our masters. That blonde gave a slight smile, saying, Heavens, you stole the words from my mouth. They both bumped fists, ready to fulfill their words at all costs. While behind them everything slowly faded into pink petals. On the other hand, the girls had arrived at a small cafe that was very popular in the city. They all sat at the same table in total silence while they had their orders in their hands. None of them knew what to say about what they had experienced 2.5 hours ago. That purple one, while looking at the cup with her coffee, would say, It was a little fun and crazy, don't you think? Mina let out a small laugh, saying, You're right, but I would say it was a little scary. I thought we would get lost in that place. Momo, actually my father was right, that place is really strange. They all began to laugh lightly to relieve the tension of the moment they had experienced. That blue-haired girl would say, It was actually a lot of fun. I must admit I got nervous when we couldn't find our way back. She let out a small laugh, but that laugh stopped when she looked up and saw her ex-partner come through the door of that place, accompanied by his current girlfriend. They exchanged glances for a few seconds. The rest of the girls could see how their senpai's expression suddenly changed. It is worth mentioning that they knew that their senpai and that boy had a romantic relationship. Momo stood up, grabbing Nejire by the arm, saying, Nejire senpai, how about we all go shopping at the mall? All the others stood up, saying, It's a good idea, let's go right now. They paid the bill and left the place, taking their senpai out of there, so that he would no longer have to see his ex-partner. Nejire noticed what her friends were trying to do, so she smiled again, saying, This will be a girls' day, we have to have a lot of fun. They all responded very excitedly. Of course. Flashback 3 months ago. We can see how a certain light blue-haired girl was waiting for her boyfriend behind the academy, since he had invited her to that place to talk. Nejire was very happy because lately they had been working very hard at the agencies they were in, so much so that they had not had time to go out and be alone. And just the idea of being able to hug and kiss her boyfriend made her very happy. Upon seeing her boyfriend, she went without hesitation and threw herself into his arms, stealing a kiss from him. But to the surprise of the light blue-haired girl, that kiss was not reciprocated, but she could feel how her boyfriend's arms slowly moved her away from him. Nejire looked at him a little confused, asking, What's wrong? Why are you pushing me away? You didn't like my kiss? He asked a little sadly. Her boyfriend looked at her for a few seconds and gave a slight sigh, saying, It's not that, Nejire. What happens is that I don't feel the same as when you kissed me for the first time. I don't feel the same way I felt about you the first time. The blue-haired girl's eyes crystallized in seconds. Her voice breaking and giving a slight smile, she said, Why stop joking like that, love? You know I would never joke about something like that with you because I love you with all my heart and I know it. This was interrupted by her boyfriend's words. I'm not joking, Nejire. I really swear I tried to fall in love with you again, but I couldn't. I'm sorry, but I can't, and I don't want to be with you anymore. The best thing is to end our relationship once and for all. We're both busy right now with agency stuff we're at, and we can't function like this, and you know it. Nejire, please stop, please. He said through tears. It's because of me. Is it something I did wrong? Didn't I show you how much I love you? If it's something I did or said, then forgive me. If it's something you don't like about me, then tell me so I can change. But please no, don't do this to me," she said as she tried to grab her boyfriend's hand, but he just pushed her away saying, "No, I'm sorry, it's not you, Nejire. This is all my fault. I was the one who stopped loving you. I don't want to be by your side knowing that you love me when I don't love you. It would be unfair to you, and I don't want that for a girl as kind and sincere as you. I'm sorry about everything, but it's best that we're just partners and nothing more." He just turned around to start walking away from her. Nejire had a lump of emotions in her throat, her tears falling down her cheeks. She wiped her tears as she began to cry. End of flashback. She was brought out of her thoughts when she felt a certain black girl ask her, "Can senpai hear me?" Nejire blinked slightly saying, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry. What were you saying?" Momo held up two beautiful dresses saying, "Which one do you like the most?" Nejire looked at them and pointed to the one on the right, which was a light blue color. Momo gave her the dress saying, "So what are you waiting for? Go try it on," he said as he pushed her into the locker room. While in one part of the city we can see a beautiful woman leaving a supermarket, she had several bags but walked calmly through the streets of the city. But she could see how in the distance people began to run very scared. Mitsuki stopped dead in his tracks as he watched people run past him, while behind them came 4 high-end Nomus. People running past her shouted at her to run for her life, but fear had paralyzed her. She simply closed her eyes as she saw how in a matter of seconds those beasts would be in front of her. While behind her on the streets a person was running at high speed. Mitsuki felt a large taste of wind passing by her side as she heard the following words. "Wind breathing, 8th posture. First cut gale." She opened her eyes seeing a young man, and when she saw his hair she couldn't help but shed tears. Chapter 04 Forgive Me MOM. 12 years ago. Kacchan, don't worry Izuku, it's just a little haze. Come on, let's go home. Both friends began to walk. The green-haired boy was holding the box they had found. Behind both friends were 2 people. One of them looked at the pair of friends with a big smile. Izuku and Kacchan walked for about half an hour without being able to find their way back. They both felt as if they had been walking in circles the whole time. But despite that, they continued for a while longer, because they were not going to give up so easily. Slowly they could notice how that fog was slowly disappearing. Izuku, Kacchan, that's Kacchan, a traditional style house in the middle of a forest? That's how it is. A loud, forceful voice responded from behind them both. Both Izuku and Kacchan turned around to find a young man with light orange hair. At the tips of his locks the orange color was very dark and striking. This one had a big smile and a somewhat strange outfit for them. At his side was another young man with gray hair, with scars on his face that gave him a rough appearance. His serious look emphasized that roughness even more. This one also had a similar suit to his partner's. Izuku and Kacchan took a step back asking, "Who are you?" That young man with the striking hair would say, "I am Kyojuro Rengoku, Pillar of Fire," he answered energetically. The other guy would seriously say, "I am Sanemi Shinazugawa, Pillar of Wind." Izuku P. Pillar? Rengoku, that's right. Izuku, why is he screaming? Sanemi, that's how he is, a brat. Rengoku, I'm sorry, sometimes I get carried away by my emotions. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Izuku, this is Izuku Midoriya. Kacchan, I'm Katsuki Bakugo. What do they want from us? The little blonde boy asked with a serious look, even though the presence of those 2 people commanded respect. Sanemi, you found the box with the sacred scrolls. Izuku, huh? Rengoku, even if you don't know it, there is valuable information in those scrolls inside the box. They contain information on how to use the breathing of fire, water, wind, rock, and lightning. There are also the breaths that derive from these. Izuku breathing? Rengoku, that's right, breaths designed to use katanas and decapitate demons, breaths that allow us to be at the level of a demon. Izuku H. Hell? Rengoku, you don't have to worry, demons no longer exist. But the fact that they found that box is of utmost importance. Fate wanted it that way, that's why we are here to train them. I will teach you how to use full concentration breathing. I assure you that you will become very strong and that you will be able to save people no matter what the danger is. These words caught the attention of both friends who looked at each other. Rengoku, I will take you as my Tsuguko. Sanemi looked at Bakugo, and he pointed at him saying, You will train with me, brat. I will teach you wind breathing. Rengoku. Rengoku, understood Sanemi. I'll stay with the boy with the green hair. Izuku and Kacchan stepped forward saying, We want to become stronger, we will be in your care. Rengoku, don't worry, no one will hurt you while we're here. But I warn you that the training will be really difficult. But I trust that they will be able to overcome it until the end. Sanemi, you better get used to this place because I doubt they can return home. He said as he looked back, noticing how the whole path had changed. You've probably already noticed, but it seems that this forest won't let you out until you complete your training. Izuku and Kacchan looked at each other, nodding their heads to say, Understood, master. Rengoku looked at them with a big smile. Since that day Izuku and Kacchan had begun an arduous training. Every day they felt like they were going to die at any moment. Their hands sometimes bled, but despite that they endured that pain. While Rengoku and Sanemi trained them, they told them how they had become pillars and the story behind it all. Both the green-haired and the blonde had been fascinated by each other's stories, and without realizing it, they ended up admiring their teachers to such an extent that they wanted to become like them. 3 years had passed, and we can see a 7-year-old Izuku. He had a wooden katana in his hands, while he raised it and lowered it with force again and again and again without letting go. Izuku, 996,997,998,999 and 1,000. I'm done, master, he said while his hands shook a little. Rengoku, well done, Izuku. Now do another 1,000 more. Izuku, huh? Rengoku, you need to polish every movement to perfection. I trust you, my boy. Izuku with great determination raised his katana, saying, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rengoku looked at him with a slight smile while he stood with his arms crossed next to the green-haired man. While in another part of the forest near a waterfall, we can see a certain blonde who was lying down holding a wooden katana. The blonde had some wounds on his body. In front of him was Sanemi with a serious look, saying, Come on, stand up. I know you can do more than that, brat. The blonde stood up, breathing heavily. Sanemi, come and attack me with everything you have. Kacchan lunged at his master, attacking him with his katana. Sanemi just stood there, blocking every attack from the blonde, which after all the fighting fell to the ground several times. A year later we can see how Izuku and Bakugo were running down a large hill in the forest in the dark of the night. They were running down while they had to be careful not to step on any traps, since their teachers had taken it upon themselves to fill the entire place with traps. They both had their wooden katanas in their hands, as they had to get used to always carrying them. At the bottom of the hill, Sanemi and Rengoku were waiting for them. Rengoku, they grow up fast, don't you think so, Sanemi? Sanemi, after all, they are children. Children eventually grow up. Rengoku, you're right. As they descended the hill, the green-haired man inadvertently stepped on one of the traps, being hit by a hanging log that came out from the side. Izuku barely managed to cover himself with his left forearm, but still received much of the impact. The green-haired man flew a few meters until he crashed into a tree, spitting out a little blood. Kacchan looked at him sideways, saying, Izuku, are you okay? He couldn't finish speaking as another hanging log appeared in front of him and hit him squarely in the stomach. The blonde spat out saliva and a little blood, sending him flying several meters backwards. After an hour and a half, both Rengoku and Sanemi could see Bakugo and Izuku coming down the hill, both leaning on each other, with their bodies extremely battered. Rengoku, you did it, guys. Sanemi, for their first time, they did pretty well. Rengoku, I'm sure they'll do better tomorrow than today, he said while patting both friends on the back. Izuku, master, if you keep hitting me, I think you'll end up breaking my bones. The two friends fell unconscious after such a difficult test for them. Rengoku and Sanemi carried them to treat their wounds. 4 years later, we can see how Izuku and Kacchan were running at high speed again on that hill, but now it was daytime. Both in their thoughts would say, total concentration. They gradually increased their speed and began to descend rapidly, avoiding the traps more easily. Rengoku, who was at the foot of the hill, gave a big smile, saying, "Here they come." After saying that, Izuku and Kacchan fell in front of him, both breathing heavily because maintaining total concentration was quite difficult. They tried to keep it up all day and were gradually succeeding. Rengoku, it only took them 5 minutes to get down, well done. Now the next exercise will be. 6 minutes later, we can see how Izuku and Kacchan were standing under a waterfall, a massive amount of water falling on their heads. This exercise would help them strengthen their body and their concentration, since they had to maintain total concentration. Izuku, come on, I know we can do it, Kacchan. He looked to his side, watching as Kacchan floated away with the current. Izuku, Kacchan. He said he was going to help his friend. 4 years later. Currently both young people were already 16 years old. Rengoku and Sanemi officially handed them their uniforms. Rengoku handed him a uniform just like his own. The green-haired boy accepted the suit with great emotion. Sanemi, you did well, brat. Rengoku, this is proof that they have finished their training, therefore. He took his katana and placed it between the green-haired man's hands. He just opened his eyes wide, saying, Master, Rengoku, I'm proud of you, my boy. Now my katana is yours. I recognize you as my successor. You are now the successor of the Pillar of Flames. He smiled kindly at him, feeling proud of his apprentice. Izuku, with some tears in his eyes, said, Thank you for everything, teacher. Sanemi similarly handed his katana to the blonde. Now you are the new Wind Pillar. Good job, Bakugo. Sanemi smiled slightly, saying, You tried harder than anyone else. You remind me so much of my brother. Rengoku, now it's time for you to leave. I'm sure that this time you will be able to get out of this limbo. And whatever happens, don't look back. And above all, he handed him the sacred box with the scrolls, saying, Take care of this with your lives. Izuku and Kacchan nodded their heads to turn around and walk away from the place. Rengoku gave one last smile to say, See you soon, my boys. He and Sanemi disappeared in a pile of pink petals carried away by the wind. We can see how the guards that Momo had left unconscious began to wake up. They looked towards the forest, and their eyes opened wide as they saw how it vanished into pink petals. And even more so when they saw 2 young men walking out of them. The guards simply fainted again. Izuku and Kacchan looked at the sky, saying, So we finally came back. Kacchan, now whatever happens. Izuku, we will keep our promise. They both gave a slight smile and began walking past the guards lying unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, in a dark room lit by the lights of several screens, the silhouette of a man could be seen sitting on a chair, and next to him was a doctor. Both of them were with their backs turned looking at the screens. Doctor, it's time for us to test them, release them into the city. When All Might arrives, he will find great chaos, he said with a smile. That doctor agreed and left the room. We can see a beautiful blonde woman leaving her house on her way to the supermarket. She had a slight smile as she walked calmly through the city. While in the shopping mall, we can see a green-haired woman walking next to an 11-year-old green-haired girl. They were both shopping and were leaving the same store where the other girls from the UA were. People were walking calmly through the mall when they saw 6 high-end Nomus fall from the ceiling, as they had broken the glass ceiling that the place had. When people saw them, they trembled with fear and began to run away in fear. The girls left the store when they heard the commotion, and were greatly surprised to see those creatures. Momo and the others recognized them as they were identical to the creature that had attacked the USJ that time. Nejire and the others quickly acted, immediately putting the people to safety, because they as aspiring heroes had to hold those things back at least until the professional heroes arrived. Izuku and Kacchan were running through the streets of the city, as their survival instincts alerted them to the danger. Izuku, we better split up, Kacchan. Kacchan understood. The blonde in her thoughts would say. Total concentration. Izuku could see how his partner disappeared in a taste of air. He in the same way used his total concentration and left, leaving a spiral of fire in his wake. 2 blocks before reaching the shopping center, there were several Nomus destroying everything in their path. People could see how a wave of fire passed at great speed, and with great astonishment they saw how those beasts were decapitated very easily. While inside the shopping mall, we can see how one of the Nomus had that green-haired girl in his arms. Nejire was in front of her mother, protecting her along with the other girls. Behind that Nomu were the other remaining beasts. Nomu, go ahead and attack me. As soon as they move, I'm going to rip this girl's neck out, he said while placing his hands around her neck. Nejire and the others clenched their fists helplessly. The green-haired girl's mother had tears in her eyes. Nejire, don't worry, we'll save you and you'll be fine, I promise, he told her while looking at the girl who was shaking with fear. Nomu, don't make promises you can't keep. Kill them, he shouted to his other comrades, who launched themselves at high speed towards the girls. Nejire knew that if she tried to move or do anything, that beast would kill the girl, and if she didn't do something, they would all end up dying. Whatever choice you make, there will be death in the end, and that was more than certain. She opened her eyes slightly when she realized that just a few centimeters away from her was that beast about to hit her. At that, a flame of fire passed by the girls, seeing a person who stood in front of Nejire. The Nomus took a step back. The mother of that girl, upon seeing the green hair of that young man, opened her eyes slightly. The person in front of the light blue hair would say, "If you bare your fangs at innocent people, this flaming sword in my hands will burn you to the bone. Don't worry, ladies, I'll take care of those beasts. Don't be afraid, little one, I won't let that beast touch you, I promise." The Nomus began to laugh. The one who had the girl would say, "Let's see, who will die first? Will it be me or this little girl?" The answer is. They all opened their eyes wide as they saw how that young man disappeared. From one second to the next, he was behind that beast. Izuku, you don't need to know the answer, because you're slow. Flame breath, first pose. Be of fire. After saying that, they all saw how all the beasts were decapitated. Their heads were in the air, and within seconds their bodies exploded, disintegrating on the spot, leaving no trace. Nejire, he wiped out those beasts like nothing. They all watched as the young man sheathed his katana and turned around. Izuku, I told you so, little one. I told you I would save you, he would say with a slight smile while looking at the girl. That green-haired girl, upon seeing him, opened her eyes slightly. Those eyes, those freckles, and the color of his hair were the same as hers. The little girl's mother approached them, saying, Izuku, is that really your son? He asked with a broken voice. Well, the young man in front of her had quite long hair, but his eyes and freckles were the same as her little Izuku's. Note: Izuku had grown his hair to look like his master. End of note. Izuku turned to look at her. With a slight smile on his face, he approached the woman and gave her a big hug, saying, I'm back, Mom. This time I won't leave you alone. The woman, upon feeling her son hug her, burst into tears and hugged him tightly. The green-haired girl would only say, So he's my brother? Izuku separated from his mother, seeing his sister, and knelt down to her, saying, I see, now you don't have to be afraid. Your brother won't let anyone hurt you. He put his hand on Izumi's hair and caressed her head. Izumi just looked at him, saddened by that display of affection, but she was happy to be able to meet her brother. While in front of Mitsuki was a young man who had finished off those beasts as if it were nothing. Her eyes were crystallized when she saw the young man's hair. He turned around looking at her with nostalgic eyes full of happiness, saying, I'm back, Mom. Mitsuki fell to the ground on her knees and started to cry. Bakugo approached her and hugged her, saying, I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time. Chapter 05, Yume. Bakugo felt his mother clinging tightly to his hug as she cried. He just calmed her down by saying, "Please don't cry anymore, Mom. I'm here and this time I promise I won't leave. I don't want you to be sad or feel sad again because of me." He knew that his mother had suffered during all that time, even though he had not been so affectionate with his mother before. The words and the story of his teacher Sanemi made him change. So much so that he had promised himself that when he saw her again he would hug her as if there was no tomorrow. Kacchan was keeping his word by lovingly hugging his mother who was crying in his arms, because Mitsuki couldn't believe that her son was really alive. Being able to hug him once again made her happy. That sadness was finally being fully vented. After several minutes Mitsuki had finally calmed down. She separated from the hug looking into the blonde's eyes, placing both hands on her cheeks, and with her watery eyes she said, "You really are my little Katsuki. You are really here with me." Bakugo smiled slightly with his nostalgic eyes to say, "Yes, Mom, I am and always will be your little Katsuki." Mitsuki wiped away her tears and said, "Why, you've grown a lot. Look at you now, you're a man." Bakugo stood up, extending his hand to his mother to help her up. "Bakugo, even though I'm a man, I still need you, Mom. I'll always need you to advise me and scold me when I do something wrong." He picked up the bags that were on the ground saying, "Come on, let's go home, Mom, Dad must be waiting for us." The blonde began to walk with her mother who was very happy to have her son back by her side. She walked side by side with her son, looking at him out of the corner of her eye, noticing how he was taller than her. Mitsuki gave a slight smile saying, "You really grew a lot, son." Katsuki was 10 centimeters taller than his mother. He gave a slight smile saying, "I guess I did grow, just a little." Returning to the green-haired man, he carried Izumi in his arms and lifted her into the air saying, "I see that you are a healthy and strong girl." Izumi very sorry would say, "Enough, Onaikan, I'm not a girl anymore." She was sad because there were people around her looking at them. Izuku just laughed and carefully lowered her saying, "I understand, little sister. I got carried away by emotion." Inko just looked at him with a slight smile seeing how her little Izuku had grown up and was now a man. Izuku turned to look at the other girls saying, "Are you okay? No one was hurt, right?" he asked as he approached them. The girls, upon seeing the green-haired man, stared at him, as he conveyed a calm, warm aura and a sense of confidence that would reassure anyone. They acknowledged their heads and thanked him for saving them, but they still couldn't believe the fact that he had finished off those beasts so easily. "Izuku, I see, it's good to know you're okay. And don't worry, I already took care of the other beasts that attacked the city. There's nothing to worry about." Nejire simply couldn't stop looking at him because his eyes and that charisma he had caught her attention. Izuku looked closely at the girls to say, You were the girls who were in the forest a few hours ago, right?" The girls just opened their eyes wide at that question. "Izuku, from your reaction I can see that I was right. My partner and I saw them in the distance. I'm glad that forest let them out. My partner and I were held captive for these 12 years. Well, I hope you take care of yourselves, ladies." The green-haired boy gave them a slight smile before turning around and walking to his mother, but a question made him stop dead in his tracks. "Momo, so you and your partner were the children who got lost that time?" Izuku turned to look at her, nodding his head to say, "But we finally got back, so don't worry, miss." Without further ado, he walked to his mother saying, "Let's go home, Mom." Inko with a slight smile replied, "Let's go home, my little Izuku." Izuku walked up to Izumi and carried her on his shoulders, grabbing the shopping bags they were carrying and saying, "On the move." Izumi was simply embarrassed to be carried like that, as she felt as if he was treating her like a toddler. She wanted to tell him to put her down, but at the same time she didn't, since after all it was the first time her brother had pampered her and shown her his affection, so the green-haired girl decided not to say anything. Nejire and the other girls just looked at the green-haired man who had saved them from getting away from the place. Within minutes several heroes arrived at the place. Nejire informed them of everything that had happened. Fortunately, the damage that the place had received was little. Just like the damage in the city, we can see how Kamui and Empty Lady were asking people who had finished off those beasts. And several people could simply say that they felt a great taste of air passing by at high speed, finishing off those beasts. Others described a spiral of fire that consumed the beasts, which vanished into ashes. Since these people had not been able to physically see their saviors, the people's words puzzled the heroes. As they walked home, Izumi looked at her brother's long hair. Izumi, Onaikan, you have very long hair. Izuku, yes, I know, I let it grow out of respect and admiration for a great person. I responded energetically and with a big smile. On the way they ran into Bakugo and Natsuki. Inko, seeing the blonde, opened her eyes slightly and approached him. Bakugo with a slight smile replied, "It's been a long time since I saw you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm so happy to see you again." He couldn't finish speaking because he felt her hug him in a motherly way, saying, "Thank God, I am very happy that you both returned home safe and sound." For Bakugo, Inko was like his second mother, and he simply reciprocated the hug. Natsuki also hugged the green-haired boy, very happy to see him again, although at first she didn't recognize him because of his long hair. "Natsuki, Izuku, my boy, I'm really happy to see you." "Izuku, I'm also happy to see you again, Mrs. Bakugo." "Natsuki, we have to celebrate this. How about we all have lunch together at our house?" "Izuku, I'd be delighted." Inko agreed with that idea. They all started walking together. Izumi looked at Bakugo, who was wearing an outfit similar to his brother's. At one point Bakugo looked at her and gave her a slight smile, saying, "You really are similar to Izuku. Nice to meet you, I'm Katsuki Bakugo." "Izumi, and nice to meet you, my name is Izumi Midoriya." "Izuku Izumi. Kacchan is a good person, I consider him as my own brother, so you can trust him wholeheartedly." Katsuki patted Izumi's head, saying, "I will protect you with my life, you are like a little sister to me." The bond of friendship that Izuku and Bakugo had was a strong one, so much so that they were like brothers. For Bakugo, Izumi was like his little sister, so he would protect her from any danger. The house of both families was next to each other. When the blonde's father saw his son, he shed several tears and ran towards him, hugging him tightly. While at the Midoriya house, when Hisashi opened the door, he couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes, because in front of him was his son, whom he hadn't seen in so long. Since Hisashi learned of his son's disappearance in that forest, he immediately traveled to Japan and desperately searched for him day after day, but not finding him devastated him completely. He had stayed in Japan to take care of his wife, as he would look for work there so as to never be separated from her again, and the following year they were able to conceive their little daughter Izumi. So seeing his son again made him so happy that words would not come out of his mouth. We can see the two families having lunch at the Bakugo house. Izumi was sitting next to Izuku. Bakugo was sitting in front of the green-haired boy. Everyone would say, "Itadakimasu." Izuku took a bite of the food, bringing it to his mouth. "Bakugo, here it comes." Izuku had his eyes closed. He opened them suddenly and full of energy. He said, "Oh my." He tried another bite and said, "Yumei, yumei, yumei." "Izumi, oh Onaikan," and we already understood. He said while watching his older brother eat and repeat, "Yumei," over and over again. Bakugo was really happy to be able to taste his mother's homemade food again. Eventually the question that was already coming became present. Kacchan told them the reason for his disappearance, and why they had not been able to return. While he was telling the story, he was interrupted by the words of the reporter on television, as they were focusing on the place where that forest had once been, a place where now there was no forest, which surprised everyone. "Izuku, so that limbo really closed completely." "Kacchan, that seems to be the case." They observed a minute of silence as a sign of respect for their teachers. While in another part we can see how that man who had given the order to free the Nomus was currently watching the news, in which they were interviewing the people who were in the place where the Nomus had attacked. He gave a slight smile, saying, "How interesting. So a taste of wind and a spiral of fire wiped out my creations, huh? This really got interesting. I would like to know more about all this." I guess I'll soon meet the people behind this, for now I must. He looked at an old book that was at his side which had the image of a kind of flower. Next to that image there was a phrase. Blue Spider Lily. While in one of the sacred scrolls, we can see how in the last part it said, Inusuke Hashibura-sama. Beast Breath. Chapter 06. Let's go to the cinema. While at the UA, more exactly in Momo's room, the girls were gathered to talk about everything that had happened that day. Each one had their pajamas on because it was almost 11:40 at night. The only one who wasn't in the dark-haired girl's room was a certain sky-blue girl. Mina, don't you think the boy who saved us was very handsome? He asked with a somewhat mischievous smile. Uraraka, while playing with her fingers, very embarrassed, would say. Why yes, I thought he was very handsome. Hagakure, he was handsome and energetic. They all agreed that the green-haired man was handsome to them. Tsuyu, he defeated those beasts like it was nothing. Even though it took All Might Sensei several hits to make him Jero. I wonder what his quirk is. Mina, it sure is a very powerful one. Momo was the only one who was silent, because there was a topic that she had very thoughtful. Jiren noticed this and asked. Yamamo, are you okay? You've been a little quiet, girl. Mina, that's true. Does something hurt? Momo, nothing hurts, it's just that. That boy said he was the one who disappeared in that forest, and now he came back after these 12 years. I wonder. How did he and his partner survive all this time? And even more so, in what part of the forest were they? They all simply remained silent because those questions really left them with doubts. It really was a mystery in itself. On the other hand, in Nijire's room we can see how she came out of the bathroom with a towel covering her entire torso. Nejire lay down on her bed, placing her left hand on her forehead, while she looked with her beautiful eyes at the ceiling of the room, remembering over and over again the boy who had saved them. Those emerald eyes and the charisma that her personality had caught the attention of that light blue-haired girl, because Nejire Hado was known for being very curious and even more so when she met new people. She loved to ask them about their quirks among other things. She was simply like that and she couldn't help it. It was something natural in her personality. And those who already knew her had become accustomed to that side of her. Despite being so curious, she was a beautiful and kind girl, and in simple words, thousands of boys were dying to date her. But Nejire Hado had only given the opportunity to one, to that boy she had fallen in love with, and now they were nothing. What caught her attention the most was seeing how he saved the little green-haired girl without hesitation, because he didn't hesitate for a second in his movements. Even for Nejire, she hadn't been able to even see his movements, she could simply see him when he was already behind that Nomu. Nejire, he was pretty amazing. I wonder. Whether I could become her friend intrigued me greatly. She showed a slight smile, closing her eyes. The next day we can see that it was 7 in the morning and a certain green-haired boy was sitting in front of his partner and best friend Katsuki Bakugo. Between them there was a small wooden table, on which were 5 wooden glasses which had water. The friends stared at each other with a slight smile, then each moved their hands at high speed trying to take one of the glasses, but the other always blocked their movement, preventing them from taking one of the glasses. Well, they had to take one of the glasses and pour the water on their rival. Both were so fast that the only thing that could be seen was how tastes of air came out of them due to the speed of their arm movements, not to mention that they had incredible reflexes. Both were very concentrated because they were using total concentration all the time. Thanks to this they were able to have a speed greater than that of an ordinary human without a quirk. The sound of glasses settling on the table resonated throughout the place as everything was silent. A certain green-haired girl who was sleeping in her room woke up because of the noise. Izumi walked to the balcony of her room rubbing her eyes, as she still hadn't fully woken up. The green-haired girl slightly opened her eyes seeing how her brother and Bakugo were in the backyard. She slightly opened her eyes seeing how light gusts of wind were coming out of them. In that she could see how her brother threw water on the blonde. Izuku, very slow I1. Kacchan, once again. Izuku okay. Izumi, Oni-chan, what are you doing so early? Izuku and Kacchan turned their gaze towards the balcony, seeing the green-haired girl awake. Izuku, Izumi princess, did we wake you up with the noise? Izumi nodded her head tenderly. Izuku, sorry princess, we didn't mean to wake you up. Izumi, that doesn't matter anymore, Oniai-chan. What are you doing? Kacchan with a slight smile replied. It's a reflex training, but it's more like a game. Do you want to come play with us? Izumi with a slight smile replied. I'll be down in a few minutes. Izuku, we'll wait for you here. Izumi went to change her pajamas and wash her face and teeth. After about 10 minutes she was already sitting next to the green-haired boy. Izuku, look princess, this game consists of taking one of the 5 glasses as fast as you can, in order to pour the water on your rival. And if you see that your opponent is going to take a specific glass, you quickly have to put your palm over the glass. This way you will prevent your opponent from taking said glass. You have to be quick, Izumi. Izumi, understood Oniai-chan. He responded with great excitement as he sat down in front of the blonde. Izuku stood to the side saying, Ready? Get started. Izumi quickly took the glass that was closest to her and then poured the liquid over the blonde's head, who gave a slight smile saying, Wow, you surprised me, you are really fast. He ruffled her hair slightly. Izuku, my princess is the winner, he said as he lifted her into the air, smiling at her. Obviously Kacchan had let himself be defeated. Kacchan, once again. Izuku put Izumi down to let her play. Izumi, I'm ready. Kacchan, this time I'll be faster. Izuku, begin. Kacchan took the middle glass. Without wasting time, Izumi put her palm on the glass that the blonde grabbed, to take the last glass on her right side, managing to pour the water on her rival for the second time. Kacchan let out a small laugh saying, Wow, I'm so slow, you beat me again. Izuku, it's my turn. Kacchan agreed, standing up and giving the freckled boy a spot to sit. Now the blonde would be the one who would be the spectator. Izuku, just because you're my adorable little sister doesn't mean I'll let you win. I will avenge you, Kacchan. Kacchan, begin. The green-haired man quickly tried to take the last glass that was in his left hand, but Izumi took it before him to pour the liquid over his head. Izuku started laughing, saying, I guess I'm too slow for the speed my princess possesses. Kacchan, Izumi is the winner, she said while high-fiving the green-haired girl, who laughed lightly. She knew that they were letting her win, but even knowing that she was having a lot of fun. Without realizing it, her parents were watching them from their balcony with a slight smile. While in Nire we can see how all the heroes were gathered under the direction of director Nejire. Everyone was completely silent as they watched a video being projected from a projector. What everyone was watching was one of the videos from the cameras of the shopping center that had been attacked the day before. In this video they could see the exact moment in which a spiral of fire passed by the side of 7 UA students, saving them. What caught their attention the most was seeing a young man emerge from that spiral of fire, who finished off the Nomus without any difficulty. A certain muscular blonde was watching the video very attentively and impressed. The video had no sound, unfortunately. Nejire paused the video asking, Well? What do you think about what you just saw? The place fell completely silent with all the heroes wearing serious faces. Nejire, that young man certainly aroused great curiosity in me. More along the way I defeated those beasts. And with the testimony of the people, who said they saw a spiral of fire destroy the other beasts that attacked the city, I have no doubt that this young man is responsible. But midnight, they also reported that a gust of wind defeated a bunch of those things, not to mention that it saved around 30 people in just minutes from being killed by those Nomus. Nejire, and both appeared on the same day that the Forbidden Forest disappeared, according to the testimony of the guards who claimed to see 2 young people leave it. Forest where 2 children disappeared without a trace some time ago, and now 12 years later 2 young people are seen leaving it. This is really interesting, so much so that we can't just let it pass as if nothing happened. We need to find those 2 young men and if possible get them on our side. I'm sure All for One will soon do something that will endanger people's lives. And if those two young men could defeat those Nomus like nothing, then they will be of great help to us in the worst case scenario. For now, I will call the students who were there and ask them to tell me more about the events. But it is a fact that these young people appeared at this time for a special reason," he said while looking out the window of the place, seeing how the sky was slowly covered with dark clouds. Returning to the Midoriya house, we can see how everyone was having breakfast. Kacchan was having breakfast with them, sitting next to Izumi. "Izuku, am I?" He tried every bite with a big smile, while saying "am I" over and over again. "Bakugo, Mrs. Midoriya, your breakfast was delicious," he said while eating happily. "Inko, thanks, I'm glad my two boys are enjoying the food." Izumi looked sideways at her brother and Bakugo, who, upon noticing that she was looking at them, gave her a slight smile, saying at the same time, "You have to eat well, Izumi, that way you will grow healthy and strong." Izumi just smiled at him, saying, "Understood." The green-haired girl began to eat with great excitement and joy. Izuku, Kacchan, and Izumi held out their plates, saying, "More please." Inko happily served food for the three of them. Hisashi had a slight smile as he saw how the house now had a warmer, more familiar atmosphere. After finishing breakfast, Izuku and Kacchan took charge of washing things. Inko told them that it wasn't necessary, but they told her that it was the least they could do, so that she could rest a little. The freckled boy, while washing the dishes, Bakugo rinsed and dried them. While doing this, the pair of friends talked about some things while laughing. After that, we can see how Bakugo and Izuku left the house with Izumi. Well, they wanted to spend more time with the green-haired girl, so they had decided that that day they would go to the cinema to see a movie that the green-haired girl wanted to see so much. The green-haired girl was carried on her brother's shoulders, somewhat embarrassed. Because Izuku was really very affectionate with her, she couldn't help but feel happy at how her brother treated her. After a few minutes, we can see how Bakugo and Izumi bought the tickets, while Izuku bought the popcorn and drinks. The girls behind Bakugo in line looked at him a little with fear, because he had a serious look and the scar on his face gave him the appearance of someone you wouldn't want to anger. "Employee, here are your tickets, young man, enjoy the movie." Bakugo, "Thank you very much, miss." He knelt down and gave the tickets to Izumi, giving her a slight smile, saying, "Come on, princess." The girls, seeing the smile and that tender and kind attitude of the blonde, couldn't help but blush. "Izumi, thank you, Kacchan Anakin." They went down the hall of the cinema where Izuku was waiting for them with popcorn and drinks. While we can see how a certain light blue film entered the cinema, because on her day off she had decided that she would go see a movie at the cinema. "Nejire, well now. Which movie will I choose?" he said with a big smile. Chapter 07. Two Different But Warm Personalities, Part 01. The light blue-haired girl looked with great excitement at the list of movies that were being released that day, as there were at least 5 movies that caught her attention to see. After a few minutes, she decided to watch a movie called Dear Guardian Angel. This was a movie that was part romance and part action. Nejire went to buy her ticket, and while she was waiting in line, she caught the attention of some boys who were there, because the light blue-haired girl was dressed in a very beautiful way that made her look tender. After about 5 minutes, Nejire already had her ticket and was on her way to the room that her ticket indicated. Once inside, she started looking for her seat number. The place was a little dark, so she could only see the silhouettes of the people who were sitting. After a few seconds, Nejire was able to find her seat. She happily sat down with a slight smile as she looked at the big screen, which began to show some trailers for movies that would be released that same year. The light blue-haired girl had forgotten to buy popcorn and a drink, because sometimes Nejire, when she is excited about something, forgets some things. She was about to get up, but the movie was already about to start, so she stayed seated. Nejire would quietly say, "Next time I'll buy the popcorn first, and then the ticket," she said while making a cute pout. At that, a voice would say, "Oh, you are Miss Nejire-chan." That voice denoted a tone of excitement and joy. The light blue-haired girl looked away to where that voice came from, meeting a little green-haired girl. Nejire slightly opened her eyes when she recognized her. Nejire, oh, you're the little girl who was at the mall. It's a pleasure to see you again, little one. The light blue-haired girl smiled kindly at him but couldn't help but look up at that voice that said, "But what a surprise to see you again, miss." Nejire raised her gaze, adjusting the lock of hair that hung on her side, and her eyes met the green-haired boy who had saved her, the boy who had caught her attention. Izuku was sitting next to Bakugo, who was sitting on Izumi's right side, since Nejire was on his left hand. "Nejire, why you are that boy who saved me and my friends?" "Izumi, yes, he is my older brother," he responded with a big smile. "Izuku, nice to meet you again, my name is Izuku Midoriya," he responded happily with his smile. Nejire stared at him, realizing that his personality was peculiar to her. She could see the young man who was next to little Izumi. Bakugo looked at the light blue-haired girl. Nejire, seeing his serious expression, thought he was someone unsociable. But great was his surprise when he saw how he gave him a slight smile, saying, "Nice to meet you, my name is Katsuki Bakugo." Nejire, oh yes, I say the same, my name is Nejire Hado. "Izuku, it's a nice name, I like it," he said while standing with his arms crossed looking at the big screen. Nejire, thank you. "Izuku, it seems that my little sister admires you a lot, miss." Nejire, huh? Is that true? He asked while looking at the green-haired girl. Izumi, somewhat embarrassed while playing with her fingers, nodded her head, because since she was little Izumi had a great fascination with heroes and quirks. But when she saw Nejire for the first time at the UA Sports Festival that was broadcast on television, she was amazed by the light blue-haired girl's personality, and the amazing quirk she had. For Izumi, Nejire-chan was her favorite heroine, because she simply admired her a lot. Nejire showed him a slight smile, saying, "I didn't know I had such a sweet and adorable admirer," he said while giving Izumi a hug. "Kacchan, oh, it seems that the movie is about to start." "Izuku, that seems to be the case." "Well, the movie was just starting." Izumi shared her popcorn with the blue-haired girl. Izuku gave her his drink. Nejire didn't want to accept it, but Izuku insisted until she accepted. He had told her that he wasn't thirsty, and that's why he was giving it to her. Nejire could see in his eyes that there was no intention other than the kindness he was showing. Izuku watched the movie in silence while Izumi and Nejire were the most excited, as both had been waiting to see that movie for a long time. After the movie ended, the young people left the room. Izumi and Nejire left shedding some tears at the end of the movie. Kacchan, seeing them cry, gave them a handkerchief to dry their tears. "Izuku, I didn't understand much of what happened, but I must say it was a touching ending." He was laughing heartily just like Rengoku did. "Izumi, I don't understand how they're not crying over that ending." Izuku looked at his little sister, giving her a slight smile, saying, "Listen to me, Izumi, sooner or later we all have to say goodbye to our loved ones. You never know when that day will come, that's why you should live life as if there were no tomorrow. Being human, there will always be a farewell, but if you keep the memories of that person alive in your heart, then that person will live on forever in you. That's why many people hate death and love life. They love life because it's a lie that they live, and they hate death because it's a truth that we will all reach one day, no matter what we do. The truth always hurts because it harms us, and lies to us with false happiness." He could see how now Izumi and Nejire's eyes were watery worse than before. "Izuku, huh?" Both girls started crying quite a bit. Izuku looked around trying to calm them down. Kacchan just sighed, realizing that his friend was no good at comforting anyone. He approached Izumi and wiped away her tears, saying, "Hey, listen to me, princess. In part Izuku is right, there will always be a goodbye in this life, but listen to me carefully. As long as you have Izuku and me by your side, you will never be alone. I promise you that we will never make you cry or be sad about anything, because when you love someone you want that person to always smile. Because we know that person has the most beautiful smile that is capable of healing the sorrows of the soul and heart. And now look at me in my eyes," he said while taking her by the chin, saying, "And you, little princess, have the most beautiful smile that Izuku and I have ever seen. That's why we will fight until the end to protect that smile of yours. Even if that means we have to cross a sea of hugs and tickles," he said as he hugged her and began to tickle her, making the green-haired girl laugh. "Izumi, promise? Do you promise you'll always stay with me?" Izuku and Kacchan intertwined their pinky fingers with the green-haired girls, saying, "We promise, princess." Izumi hugged the two, saying, "Thank you." Nejire watched this scene a little moved by the blonde's words. "Izuku, well? Where do you want to go now, princess?" "Izumi, well, a few days ago they opened an amusement park almost at the edge of the city, so I was thinking." She couldn't finish speaking as Izuku carried her on his shoulders, saying, "Underway." Nejire could see how the green-haired boy was kind and tender with his little sister. Even though Nejire never had siblings, she still liked to play with children. Before starting to walk, Izuku turned around and looked at the light blue-haired girl to say, "What are you waiting for, miss?" "Nejire, huh? Do you want me to go with you?" she asked while pointing at herself. Izuku, of course. My little sister Izumi would be happy to spend the day with her favorite heroine. Nejire, I couldn't. Izuku approached her, looking at her with a slight smile, saying, "Don't be ashamed, come with us please. If you want, I can also carry her on my shoulders so she doesn't get tired." Nejire blushed as she felt embarrassed and said, "Why, you don't have to do that, I'll go with you." Izuku, perfect. Let's go. He began to walk alongside the blonde, who had a slight smile. Nejire could simply watch as they walked away, her heart beating very fast for some reason. She gave a slight smile and began to walk alongside them. On the other hand, we can see how there were several people in the vegetation of a large mountain. The trees in that place were extremely tall. It looked more like a forest than a mountain because in that place it would be easy to get lost. That group of people seemed to be searching for something. Next to them was that doctor who had been with AFO before. "Doctor, keep looking, we must find her in this place. We will search all day if necessary." This one had an intercom in his hands. Next to the doctor was Kurojiri, who stared at the entire area asking, "Are you sure this is the right place, doctor?" "Doctor, yes, well, let's hope so, otherwise we would have just wasted our time. You'll see if I translated the words of that book correctly then. This would have to be the right place." "Kurojiri, I understand, I hope we succeed." At that point, one of the people I was searching for would shout, "Doctor! Come on, I think we found something." At those words, the doctor walked quickly until he reached the place where that person was. They could see how a large cave was buried by several large rocks. Through a small hole between the rocks, a faint blue glow could be seen. "Doctor, remove all the stones." After 10 minutes, access to the cave was free. The doctor was the first to enter, Kurojiri followed him, and the rest stayed outside. The cave was somewhat narrow, and on the walls you could see the blue hue of something that produced it. After walking about 28 meters, they arrived at a spacious place located in the deepest part of that cave. The doctor's eyes widened. Kurojiri was at a loss for words. The doctor gave a big smile and took the intercom and said, "We found it, my lord. We finally found it," he said as his eyes gazed at a large number of blue spider lilies, which lay at the edges of an underground lake. Returning with Izuku and the others, they arrived at the amusement park. "Izuku, we're here. Izumi, let's have fun," everyone would say. Yay! Chapter 08. Two Different But Warm Personalities Part 02. The four of them took a step forward, entering the amusement park. Izumi, standing on her brother's shoulders, would say, "Brother, let's go play there first," he said while pointing at a specific gaming stand. Izuku understood, princess. Nejire saw the stand the green-haired girl had pointed out and got a little excited like a child. They walked up to the stand where there were a large number of prizes, including several teddy bears of different sizes. Izuku and Kacchan noticed that on the table that was a few meters away from them there were 3 circular boards. Each one in the center had a medium-sized red circle. A man of about 42 years old who was the owner of that stand approached the boys saying, "Good morning, young people. Do you want to play a little?" Izuku, "Good morning, sir. Tell me, what is the game about?" he asked forcefully. "Man, I'll be happy to explain. You will see that what you have to do is hit the target of those 3 boards, which will begin to spin randomly. They must shoot with these shotguns," he said, handing them 2 shotguns, each containing 4 mini spheres as ammunition, and they will have 4 chances to hit the target. When you hit a target, one of the boards will stop spinning, leaving the other 2 in motion. You need to have good concentration and aim, young man. If you manage to hit just one, you will receive a small surprise prize," he said while pointing to a barrel which was full of wrapped surprise prizes. "But if they get 2 boards right, they can choose one of the medium prizes." Again I pointed to the side where there was a table with several nice prizes. "And well, if you manage to get all 3, you can choose any of these large stuffed animals." Izuku understood. Nejire set her sights on a specific stuffed animal. It was a beautiful white bear, which had a heart between its front paws that looked very kawaii. The blue-haired girl was determined to win. Izumi instead set her sights on a cute kitten stuffed animal. Izuku and Kacchan noticed that, so they said at the same time, "Let's play, sir." They both paid to play. Kacchan gave the shotgun to Izumi, and the green-haired man handed the other weapon to the light blue-haired girl, who simply looked at him saying, "But why do you give it to me? If you paid for it, not me." "Izuku, miss, you are our guest, I can't let you pay if you are with us. So please have fun." Nejire grabbed the weapon, causing her and the green-haired man's hands to touch for a second. Nejire blushed slightly at the contact, looking at Izuku, who simply smiled at her and said, "I wish you luck, miss." "Nejire, thank you." Both girls set to aim at their targets. "Man, ready?" "The game will start in 3, 2, 1. I pressed a button, causing the 2 boards to start spinning. Each board had 3 spinning circles. Nejire concentrated hard, watching as those 3 circles spun randomly. She fired, hitting one, causing it to stop spinning. Nejire in her thoughts would say, "Well, I'm only missing those 2. 3 minutes later. We can see how Izumi was down after missing all 4 of her shots. Nejire had failed the other 3, managing to take home a small surprise prize. This saw how the green-haired girl is a little sad. "Nejire, any Izumi-chan, would you like to choose a surprise prize for me?" "Izumi, huh, are you really saying that?" she asked excitedly. Nejire smiled at him, saying, "Of course." Izumi took one of the surprise gifts. "Nejire, it's all yours, Izumi-chan." Izumi hugged her, saying, "Thank you." Nejire, feeling that hug, smiled slightly, stroking his head. Kacchan and Izuku saw this and both looked at the man, saying, "Now we will play, sir." The gentleman nodded, giving him his 4 rounds of ammunition. Kacchan and Izuku looked at each other with a slight smile. "Kacchan, I'll win the stuffed kitten for Izumi before you." "Izuku, I see you're still dreaming of a lot. Kacchan, I'll win the prize for my princess first." They both gave each other a challenging look, and at high speed they grabbed the shotguns, placing the ammunition pointed at the target. The man quickly turned the boards. Izuku and Kacchan fired at the same time, each hitting a target. They reloaded again, aiming steadily, firing, hitting their second target, leaving them with only 1 circle. Izumi looked at them excitedly because they were 1 away from winning. Nejire simply looked at them both, surprised by the great concentration they had. "Kacchan, are you ready to lose my Izuku?" "Izuku, I've only lost 1 person in my life, and that was against my master." "Kacchan, well, today you will lose against me." They both aimed at their last target and fired, but this time Izuku's shot didn't go off. Kacchan hit the nail on the head, smiling and saying, "I won." Izuku kept pulling the trigger for seconds until after a few the shot came out, which hit the target. "Izuku, you won just by luck, Kacchan. If my shot hadn't gotten stuck, I would have won." "Man, congratulations on winning. Please choose your prizes." Kacchan pointed at the stuffed animal that Izumi wanted. The man handed it to him, and the blonde gave it to Izumi, saying, "Take it, princess." Izumi hugged the stuffed animal lovingly, saying, thank you, Katsuki Onaikan. You are the best," she said with a big smile. Kacchan, seeing her smile, responded with a smile, lightly caressing her head. "Man, and you, young man, have already chosen your prize." Izuku turned to look at the man to point out a specific stuffed animal. Nejire, seeing which stuffed animal he took, opened her eyes slightly. "Man, here you go, young man." "Izuku, it's not for me." "Man, huh?" "Izuku, the teddy bear is for her," he said as he looked at Nejire, who looked at him a little embarrassed. "Izuku, you wanted to win, didn't you? I saw you were looking at that teddy bear from the beginning. You can take it, I won it for you, Miss Hado." Nejire felt for a second as if time had stopped at the smile that the green-haired man was showing her. The light blue-haired girl grabbed the stuffed animal quite embarrassed. With her head down and a noticeable blush, she said, "I love Giare." "Thank you." Izumi looked at her heroine and her brother. She gave a slight smile, saying, "Onaikan and Miss Nejire-chan would make a cute couple." Those words made Nejire hide her face in that teddy bear, while steam was released from her ears. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "Couple? Ah, it must refer to a combat couple. If Izumi admires her, it's because she's quite strong." He smiled slightly and said, "I think we'd be a good couple too." At that statement, Nejire's entire head steamed. Her face was a total shade of red. Izumi became very happy without knowing that both of them were referring to a different definition of couple. Kacchan just looked at his friend, who was laughing. He knew Izuku and easily realized that he had misunderstood the situation. "Izuku, see you later, dream. Have a nice day." "Man, oh yeah, see you later, boy. I hope you have a good time in this park." That man gave them a slight smile. Izuku looked at Izumi, asking, "What ride do you want to go on now, princess?" Izumi looked around, seeing a stall where they were selling cotton candy. She looked at her brother and said, "Onaikan, can we buy cotton candy?" Izuku, "Of course." Izumi, "Yay." The three of them started walking. Izuku turned to see how the light blue-haired girl was standing still. Well, Nejire was still saddened by those words. She still had her head against the stuffed animal. At that, she felt someone take her hand. Nejire could feel a unique and special warmth. Looking up, she found the green-haired man with his back to her, as he walked her along. Izuku looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said, "We have to catch up with them, or we won't be able to try the cotton candy." Nejire was blushing as he acted so calm despite holding her hand, while some people looked at them and murmured things like, "What a lovely couple they make! Look how cute that boy is with his cute girlfriend! Young love is really cute!" Among other things, this was what the people around him were murmuring. Nejire just lowered her head as she held her stuffed animal tightly, while remembering that she could never have such a tender moment with her former partner, nor that she had ever been held by the hand in that way, a protective, warm, and at the same time firm and delicate way. As Izuku walked, he could feel the light blue-haired girl lightly squeezing his hand, making her grip firmer. He turned to look at her, saying, "That's it, so we can't get separated in this crowd." Nejire just nodded her head very sadly. The place had certainly started to fill up with people. She could be curious about invading people's personal space, but when it came to things like that, she was really tender, and she felt very sorry. Even though she didn't know the boy well, she couldn't help but blush at his words and actions. He was just someone curious to her. If they continued like this, she would not be able to continue blushing. "I couldn't even look at him," Izuku in his chibi version would say. "We're almost there with them." Nejire in her chibi mode nodded with her head lowered. A few minutes later, they arrived at the post where Kacchan and Izumi were waiting for them. The green-haired girl was eating with her eyes shining. "Izuku, we finally caught up with them." "Kacchan, here, I already bought some cotton candy for you too." Izuku, grabbing the cotton candy, would say, "Thanks, Kacchan." "Kacchan, hello, Miss Nejire," he said as he extended his hand with the cotton candy. Nejire took the cotton, saying, "Thank you." Nejire just looked at the others who were eating peacefully. They were happy. The light blue-haired girl smiled slightly, taking a bite of her sweet. After eating, they began to walk around the place. Kacchan was carrying Izumi's stuffed animal in his arms and Izuku was carrying Nejire's stuffed animal. The reason is that Izumi was holding Nejire's hand very excitedly. Nejire just went with the flow as she was also very excited to have fun. Izuku and Kacchan walked behind them. Izuku, Izumi is really having a lot of fun. Kacchan, if you're right, it's better if I always smile. Izuku, you're right. The ashen-haired boy looked up at the sky and said, "I just hope it doesn't rain." He said as he watched the sky covered in gray clouds. He said clouds were a dark shade. Izuku, at least it doesn't rain until we're home. I wouldn't want the rain to ruin this happy moment for Izumi. 5 minutes later. We can see how Izuku was sitting on a bench that was there. Next to him were the two stuffed animals. While with the others we can see how Izumi and Nejire were sitting together on the roller coaster ride. Kacchan was in the car behind them. Both girls screamed as they quickly descended from a great height. Both Izumi and Nejire were having a lot of fun. A couple of minutes later Izuku could see how the two girls approached him. When he saw them he stared at them since they had their hair up. "Izumi, Onaikan, that was great, you should have come with us." Izuku stood up and smoothed his hair, saying, "I see you had a lot of fun. Nejire, please let me do it," he said as he took Izumi's hair and arranged it, leaving it in a ponytail backwards. She gathered her hair in the same way. "Now we both have the same ponytail," he said while smiling at the green-haired girl. Izumi, yes. "Na brother, how do we look?" she asked while moving her hair. Izuku, you both look beautiful. Kacchan, I agree with Izuku. Izumi, hee thanks. She hugged them both tenderly, while Nejire just turned away trying to hide her blush. Finally noon had arrived and the young people had gone to eat at a small food place. Once they had their orders in front of them, they would say, "Itadakimasu." Izuku had ordered katsudon. He tasted the food and then said, This phrase excited the light blue-haired girl who looked at him curiously. Izuku, oh my. The locals looked at him with a drop of sweat. Nejire, why do you repeat it so many times? Izuku, in ancient times, warriors were taught to savor every bite, in case it was their last. Nejire, I see. She took a bite of her food and together with the green-haired man she would say, "Oh my." Both in their chibi version. Kacchan and Izumi looked at each other laughing a little before eating and saying, "Oh my." Nejire was definitely having fun alongside them. After eating, they left the premises. Izumi, can we go to karaoke? I just want to see Katsuki Onaikan sing. Kacchan ruffled his hair saying, Hee and I want to see how you sing, your little princess. Izuku, well done. The young people set off towards their destination, where Izumi and Nejire sang together. Afterwards it was Izuku and Kacchan's turn to sing. Nejire and Izumi had fun watching the green-haired boy and Kacchan sing, since they were bad at singing but the idea was to have fun and they were doing it. They then went bowling where Izumi and Nejire teamed up against Izuku and Bakugo. The girls beat both of them, and as they left the bowling alley they felt a taste of cold air blowing through the streets. Izuku took off his sweatshirt and placed it on Izumi. She just looked at him. Izuku, I don't want you to catch a cold, princess. Izumi just lowered her gaze in shame as she couldn't think that her brother was that cool. Nejire was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt. She hugged herself saying, It really got cold. She couldn't finish speaking when she saw the unkempt man's hand in his black jacket. Kacchan, please use it, Miss Nejire. Nejire, but... Kacchan just looked at her with a slight smile. Nejire grabbed the jacket saying, I really thank you. She put on the sweatshirt feeling the heat it had. Izuku and Bakugo were wearing sleeveless shirts. The light blue-haired girl could see that they both had a toned body. Izuku, well, it's time to go home. Izumi nodded her head. They began to walk and finally came the point where the light blue-haired girl had to separate from them. Izumi hugged her, saying, "Today was truly a day I will never forget. I was able to spend an entire day with the heroine I admire most." Nejire returned the hug, saying, "I won't forget this day either. I hope we can go out together again." "Izumi, that would be nice." Nejire looked at Kacchan, and she was about to give him back the jacket, but the blonde told her it wasn't necessary, that it was still cold, and she shouldn't take it off. The light blue-haired girl simply thanked him for what he was doing for her. Izuku walked up to her and gave her his stuffed animal, saying, "Thank you very much for spending the day with us, miss. I hope you had a lot of fun." "Nejire, the truth. This will be an unforgettable day for me." She smiled kindly at him. "Izuku, that's good to hear." "Nejire, see you." "I will." "Izuku, if you like, we could go out again another day." "Nejire, I would like that very much." Finally she said goodbye to them and began walking towards the UA. As he walked he could only hug the stuffed animal, saying, They have two different, but warm personalities." Chapter 09, Wind Breathing, 11th Stance. After walking for a couple of minutes, Nejire finally arrived at the UA dormitories. When she entered, her classmates saw her passing by hugging a large teddy bear, very embarrassed, while she buried her face in it. Without thinking twice, they approached her and interrogated her. Nejire could not escape that interrogation. Her friends had been worried all this time about the breakup she had had with her first love, and when they saw her hugging that teddy bear very sadly, they realized that she had gone on a date with a boy, which made them quite happy because they wanted to see their light blue-haired friend happy. While Izuku along with Izumi and Kacchan were already in front of their houses, the blonde said goodbye to the green-haired girl, ruffling her hair and saying, "I'm leaving, princess." He looked at Izuku, saying, "See you tomorrow morning to train, friend." Izuku understood Kacchan. After saying that, the ashen-haired boy entered his house as he did Izuku and Izumi. Upon entering, Inko was surprised to see the big stuffed animal that Izumi was carrying. The green-haired girl was very excited and approached her mother and told her how great her day had been. Izuku just looked at her with a big smile, because Izumi really looked very happy telling her mother everything. The green-haired man would say, "I'll go to my room, Mom, and I'll leave you two so you can talk quietly." Inko nodded her head slightly. Izuku turned around, and when he was about to start walking he felt someone hug him tightly from behind. He turned around slightly, seeing how Izumi hugged him tightly. "Izumi, I am." Izuku knelt down to her, asking, "What's up, main?" He couldn't finish speaking because Izumi gave him a big hug, saying, "Thanks for making me happy today, Onaikan. Why, I love you." She walked away somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Why, you can go now," she said while looking away quite sadly. Izuku stared at her and started laughing, saying, "I love you too, princess." He hugged her. Izumi felt that affection and the warmth of her brother's hug. She simply reciprocated it. Izuku separated from her, saying, "You know I'll always be there for you. We can go out and have fun again whenever you want." "Izumi, thank you." Izuku stood up, saying, "Well, now I'll let you talk quietly." After saying that, the green-haired man went up to his room with a slight smile. Upon entering, his eyes he fell on the wall that was to one side of him. On said wall a white haori was hanging, at the bottom of which it had the colors of fire forming a flame. Izuku walked up to the haori, touching it with his hand and saying, "I'm not worthy of using it yet, master, I can't yet." He gave a slight smile as he looked at his hunter uniform on his bed along with a particular katana. Izuku took that katana in his hands, feeling the fire burning inside him. The green-haired boy closed his eyes, feeling as if his teacher was in front of him, smiling at him as he always did. He left the katana on the bed, to lie down on the soft mattress that molded to his body, making it comfortable to sleep. While Kacchan in his room held in his hands the katana that his master had given him, the blonde gave a slight smile, remembering the hard and rigorous training they had gone through. Returning to Nejire, we can see how the light blue-haired girl had managed to escape from her friends. She was finally able to lie down on her bed to rest while hugging her gift that the green-haired girl had won for her. The light blue-haired girl's face was a beautiful pink tint, as she remembered the green-haired boy's words. "I think we'd be a good couple too." Nejire buried her head in the stuffed animal, steaming as she said, "Idiot, you don't say those things just like that." At that, his eyes fell on the black jacket he was wearing, the garment that the ashen-haired man had given him to protect him from the cold. "Nejire, despite having a rough appearance, he is very kind and warm just like him," he said, remembering the green-haired man. The next day it was 6 a.m., and we can see how Izuku and Kacchan were on a beach. They both stood face to face with two wooden katanas in their hands. In a matter of seconds, both of them disappeared from the place. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of the katanas colliding with each other. While the sand was flying due to the tastes of air produced by the speed of the pair of friends. Izuku grabbed his katana tightly, looking sideways to his sides, but the ashen-haired man appeared above him. Quickly the green-haired man jumped back, managing to dodge the attack. Each one had a serious look, as they always gave 100% in every training session. In the prestigious UA Academy, we can see how outside of it there was a black car, in which two professional heroes and a well-dressed rodent got in. That vehicle started heading to a specific place. One of the heroes who was in that vehicle was Eraserhead, and the other hero was a beautiful woman in a dark purple night. Said heroine had a provocative body in the eyes of men. "Midnight, Director, do you believe that everything will turn out well?" "Nizu, yes, don't worry, I'm sure there won't be any problem." After about 15 minutes we can see how Inko would go to open the door because they were knocking on it. When opening the door, her eyes found two people and a rodent. "Nizu, good morning, Mrs. Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Director Nizu of the prestigious UA Hero Academy. She is the pro hero Midnight, and he is the pro hero Eraserhead. They are both teachers at our academy. Excuse us for interrupting you today. You see, we have come for young Izuku Midoriya. We would like to speak with him," he said formally with a smile. Inko, the pleasure is mine, Director. You see, right now Izuku went to train with Bakugo. Nizu, if I'm not mistaken, young Bakugo is the same young man who... Inko nodded her head, saying, "They left very early, they must be back soon. If you want, you can come and wait for them. I know you are here for that specific issue. I can offer you a cup of tea if you like while you wait." "Nizu, thank you very much, you are very kind." "Excuse me?" The rodent entered the house with the other two heroes. They went to the living room and sat down in the comfortable armchairs. "Inko, please wait here. I'll bring you your tea in a few minutes." "Midnight, thank you, that's very kind of you, Mrs. Midoriya." Inko went to the kitchen, leaving the three alone in the living room. Aizawa focused his gaze on a small photo frame where there was a little green-haired boy with his all-might action toy. This caught the attention of Nizu and Midnight. The purple-haired girl, upon seeing the little green-haired boy, couldn't help but think that he looked very cute. After about 5 minutes, Inko returned to the living room with a tray with 2 cups of tea and a cup of coffee with milk, accompanied by several chocolate cookies. "Inko, here you go." "Nizu, thank you very much." The cup of latte was for Midnight. The green-haired girl sat in front of them. Nizu took a sip, saying, "Oh, I've never tasted such a rich and unique tea. Its flavor is quite nostalgic." Inko, "Oh well, I prepared it with a plant that my son brought me. When I tried it, I couldn't believe its flavor, it was unique." "Nizu, would you be so kind as to tell us a little more about your son, Mrs. Midoriya?" Inko nodded her head, and as she was about to start speaking, she could hear a voice at the main entrance saying, "I'm home now, Mom." Both Nizu and the others present could see a young man with long green hair. His eyes were an emerald hue, and he had a slight smile on his face. Izuku, seeing those present, would say, "Oh wow, I didn't know we had guests. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya." The green-haired man made a slight bow. Seeing the scratches the green-haired man had on his face and the smile he showed, Midnight couldn't help but think that he was someone energetic, a person who transmitted tranquility. "Nizu, the pleasure is our young Midoriya." I am Director Nizu of the prestigious UA Hero Academy. She is the Pro Hero Midnight and he is the Pro Hero Eraserhead. Both are teachers at our academy. Izuku, wow, it's an honor to be in front of professional heroes. Tell me how we can help you. Nizu, look, young man, we want to talk to you about. Izuku, say no more. I will be happy to answer all your questions. But first enjoy your tea, I'm going to take a shower, I'm all sweaty. I'll talk to you later, it won't take long. Nizu, understood, we'll be waiting for you here. Izuku understood. He turned around and started to go up to his room. The purple-haired girl let out a small laugh saying, "He is a very energetic young man." Inko, yes, he was always like that, but since he came back he is even more energetic. But he's still my Izuku, he hasn't changed at all. Nizu, that's good to hear. After about 10 minutes we can see how the green-haired man came down completely bathed and with more comfortable clothing for him, since it was his hunter uniform. Izuku, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, now we can go and talk calmly. Inko, leave? Izuku, that's right, I'm sure they prefer to talk in a more private place, they just came to look for me and Kacchan. Am I wrong? He asked with his arms crossed as he tilted his head looking at Nizu. Nizu started to laugh lightly saying, "You really are a very interesting person, young man. That's right, we want to talk to you at the UA. If it is possible." Izuku, it's no problem for me. Midnight and Aizawa simply looked closely at the green-haired man's clothing, even more so at the katana he had on his waist. Izuku, then I'll go get Kacchan. The green-haired boy seemed to be very excited. Inko watched as her son left the house, Nizu and the others stood up. Midnight, thank you very much for the latte, Mrs. Midoriya, it was delicious, as were the cookies. Nizu, thank you for your kind hospitality, with your permission we will leave Mrs. Midoriya. Inko, oh yeah, that's okay, you can come back whenever you want. Nizu gave him a slight smile to leave with the others. Izuku was greeted by Kacchan who looked at him asking, "Did something happen, Izuku?" He asked as he looked at his friend in his uniform. Izuku, nothing happened, Kacchan. These people want to talk to us, they are professional heroes. Kacchan saw the people who were at the door of the green-haired man's house. The ashen-haired man nodded his head saying, "Wait for me here." Izuku, okay. After a few minutes, the ashen-haired man left his house with his uniform and corresponding katana. Nizu, it's a pleasure to meet you, young Bakugo. Kacchan bowed slightly saying, "The pleasure is mine." Despite his look, the ashen-haired man was very respectful. Nizu, please get in the vehicle so we can get to our destination once and for all. Izuku understood. He said, getting into the vehicle accompanied by the ashen-haired man. Nizu looked at Midnight saying, "I told you we wouldn't have any problems." After everyone got into the vehicle, it started taking them to their destination. On his way, the green-haired man was looking out the window with a slight smile. Kacchan was with his eyes closed. Already on the main streets of the city, the vehicle stopped suddenly, which caught the attention of those present. Nizu was about to ask what was happening when he and the others realized that their companions were no longer there. They quickly got out of the vehicle seeing how Izuku was standing several meters in front of them, but they were very surprised to see two decapitated Nomus. Izuku put away his katana saying, "Don't worry, Kacchan has already headed at high speed to see if there are no more of these beasts in the city." Meanwhile we can see a girl who was about to grab her face. She closed her eyes expecting the worst, but the seconds passed and nothing happened. She opened her eyes finding herself facing a gray-haired man with his back to her. As if in slow motion, she could see how several purple portals opened around her, from which several beasts emerged. Those beasts launched themselves towards them. At that taste of air surrounded the ashen-haired man who had a calm look, he would say. Wind breathing, 11th posture. Chapter 10, What to Fear About the Wind Is. Several minutes before. We can see how in a room which was in semi-darkness, barely illuminated by the lights of about 4 screens, the silhouette of a man could be seen. That man had a doctor's coat and some rather peculiar glasses. he was looking at the screens while saying, "I have to live up to my lord's expectations. I have to be of the greatest possible use to him. I just hope that the blue spider lily can heal him like he wants. If so, there will be nothing and no one that can stop him." But now, he looked at a rather old book that he had in his hands. Said book was covered with quite a bit of dust. I have carefully cleaned it with a piece of cloth, taking care not to damage it as it appeared to be quite old. He left that room heading to the laboratory where he was in charge of creating the Nomus. Once he arrived, he turned on the lights, revealing a large table, where there were hundreds of blue spider lilies. Holding the book in his hands, he placed it on the table and opened it. He began to turn the pages carefully, seeing how the book was written in an ancient language. But on one of the pages he could read the phrase, 12 demonic moons control. This phrase caught the doctor's attention. He was about to continue analyzing that book a little more when there was a knock at the door of the place. Upon opening it, Kurojiri informed him that the master was in need of him. He left what he was doing to answer the call of the person known as All for One. Upon arriving, he opened the door to the room and saw AFO lying on a bed. "Doctor, here I am, my lord. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I was just analyzing the new book we found." "AFO, I understand, doctor. I know you are very busy trying to meet my expectations and I thank you for that. Tell me, have you made any progress?" "Doctor, unfortunately not, my lord. It will take me a while to translate all the content of the new book. The thing is that it is written in an ancient language, and some of the kanji can barely be seen." "AFO, I understand, take all the time you need. It's better if we take things slowly. Let's say that the heroes will have a little more time to enjoy their peace." "Doctor, tell me, my lord, how do you feel?" "AFO, I feel normal. It is understandable we are just starting with this treatment. I'm sure I'll notice the effects over time, but I'm confident I'll get what I want with this method." "Doctor, I have no doubt about that, my lord. Tell me, what is the reason you called me?" "AFO, you see, since I'll be in bed for a long time, you'll be in charge of everything. Tell me, how many high-end Nomus do we have left?" "Doctor, I estimate about 20 to 30. "AFO, well, I want you to release them back into the city. I'm sure they will reappear. Go with Kurojiri and observe from a safe place what happens. If you find something that we can use against him or his weaknesses, much better." "Doctor, as you command, my lord." "AFO, you can retire now, doctor. I wish you luck." The doctor nodded his head to leave the room where Kurojiri was waiting for him. "Doctor, we have work to do, Kurojiri." This passed through a portal created by the aforementioned. 15 minutes later. We can see how these were on the roof of a building, looking at the city center, which was quite busy. "Doctor, I want you to release 10 Nomus in this area, 10 in that area, and 10 in the other area," he said while pointing at the places. Kurojiri just nodded his head. He then extended his hand forward, creating portals in those places. From the portals came the Nomus, who began to destroy everything in their path in seconds. One of the parts had opened behind the professional hero Kamui, who when turning around was grabbed by the face by one of the Nomus, which brutally slammed him against the ground. The Nomus began to disperse. People ran away in fear of these creatures. The doctor only looked at this seriously, as he knew the Nomus were just bait to attract their prey, so to speak. We can see how a certain rabbit left her apartment, a bit bored on her day off. As she was walking through the streets, she could see screams of despair in the distance. Without thinking, she started running to see what was happening. At the moment, after everyone got into the vehicle, it started taking them to their destination. On his way, the green-haired man was looking out the window with a slight smile. Kacchan was with his eyes closed. Already in the main streets of the city, Kacchan opened his eyes and, like Izuku, his survival senses were activated. The driver of the vehicle was driving calmly when he could see 2 black dots in the sky falling. When he saw what they were, he suddenly pressed the brakes of the car. Izuku and Kacchan opened the doors of the vehicle at high speed and got out. Izuku could see how 2 of those creatures that he had previously defeated fell several meters away. This one disappeared in a spiral of fire passing between the 2 beasts. Kacchan passed by and began to speed through the city streets. This happened in slow motion before the vehicle came to a complete stop and stopped skidding on the asphalt. The boys moved at such an exorbitant speed that it would be impossible for others to see them. At that point, the vehicle stopped suddenly and skidded slightly, which caught the attention of those present. Nire was about to ask what was happening when he and the others realized that their companions were no longer there, since the doors on the sides were open. They quickly got out of the vehicle, seeing how Izuku was standing several meters in front of them, but they were very surprised to see two decapitated Nomus. Izuku put away his katana, saying, "Don't worry, Kacchan has already headed at high speed to see if there are no more of these beasts in the city." He had a slight smile on his face. The driver of the vehicle had his heart racing, thinking he was going to die. Aizawa and the others witnessed with their own eyes how the bodies of those creatures disintegrated as if they were ashes. Izuku looked ahead with a serious look. Without looking at those present, he would say, "I'll be right back." He began to run, starting to get away from them. The three present saw how the green-haired man's body was surrounded by a fire, causing him to disappear in a spiral of fire. Midnight stared in amazement at everything that had happened. She looked at Director Nire, who would say, "Those guys are definitely impressive. They understood the situation even before we did." While the ashen-haired man could see in the distance how one of those beasts was about to hit a mother and her little daughter. The mother turned her back on the beast hugging her daughter. The little daughter closed her eyes, waiting for the worst. Just a few centimeters away from touching them, a taste of wind blew past, hitting the beast's body. The mother opened her eyes to the great surprise that she was several meters away from where she was before. She looked back, seeing how the body of that beast was standing, but in seconds it collapsed into small cuts. She could see how her daughter was thanking someone. The mother could see how a young ashen-haired man was running away several meters away from them with a slight smile. The mother, with tears in her eyes, hugged her daughter to say, "Thanks for saving us." Kacchan disappeared in a gust of air. We can see how an albino girl with red eyes was running away from one of those beasts that was chasing her. While she was running, she tripped and fell to the ground. She looked back and her eyes opened slightly as she saw that the beast's hand was just inches away from touching her face. The albino simply closed her eyes, expecting the worst, but the seconds passed and nothing happened. But then she felt a taste of air passing by her side. She opened her eyes to see a gray-haired man with his back to her. The beast had retreated several meters backwards. The albino girl, seeing the clothes that the ashen-haired boy was wearing, opened her eyes in surprise. Kurojiri and the doctor from the building could see their target, who had finally appeared. "Doctor, send 8 Nomus from the first sector to where our target is." Kurojiri nodded his head at that doctor's order. The albino woman could see, as if everything was happening in slow motion, how several purple portals opened around her, and from these several beasts emerged. Those beasts launched themselves towards them. At that, taste of air surrounded the ashen-haired man, who had a calm look. Kacchan, seeing how those beasts surrounded them, remembered an event from his past. Flashback. We can see a 13-year-old Bakugo reading those sacred scrolls. At that point, his teacher Sanemi approached him, asking what was wrong. Sanemi, although he had an aggressive attitude, was also understanding and caring about others. They didn't train that day because it was a day of rest for both the green-haired man and the ashen-haired man. Sanemi sat next to his apprentice, looking at the scrolls. "Katsuki, master." "Sanemi, what's wrong?" "Katsuki, you told me there are only 9 postures if I recall correctly." Sanemi, "Yes." "What's up with it?" Katsuki, "But in this scroll there was apparently a 10th position, but it looks like it was deleted because this part is blurry," he said as he pointed to the last part of the scroll. "Sanemi, it is said that the ancient wind pillar wanted to create a 10th stance, but he failed in his attempt. He could not create the posture he wanted. That is why it was crossed out from the scroll, leaving only 9 positions. But you can create the 10th posture, and so on. I trust you. I know you'll be able to create a stance that will easily finish off your enemies." He put his hand on her shoulder, smiling slightly. From that day on, Kacchan set out to train harder than ever to create the 10th stance, Sanemi witnessed how he tried harder than anyone else. After spending a year and a half, he had finally managed to create a 10th stance, but Bakugo wanted to polish one last stance that was powerful. He was sitting in meditation trying to find calm in his heart so he could create the 11th posture. Until one day he opened his eyes having found the correct posture for the 11th pose. Sanemi simply watched him from among the trees, seeing how his pupil stood up, surrounded by a massive amount of wind, and then being able to witness the peak of that posture. And the flashback. The ocean can destroy everything in its path. Everyone fears its waves, but what we have to fear most is its calm. Because after the calm comes the storm. In the same way, you should fear the wind when you are in the. Bakugo held his katana with both hands to say, wind breathing, 11th posture. Eye of the storm. The Nomus were sent flying backwards by the intense gusts of air that swirled around Bakugo, and in seconds they dispersed into a circular ring covering a large perimeter. The breeze of that wind was able to reach where Kurojiri and the doctor were. From 1 second to the next everything was calm, but the Nomus were still only to explode into thousands of cuts. Kurojiri looked at this in astonishment, but he could see how the doctor's coat began to turn a red hue on his chest. In that place he had a deep cut. Such a cut had been caused by the tastes of air. Bakugo looked in their direction, making it clear to Kurojiri that he had found them. Now he understood why the air currents had reached that place. His eyes widened as he realized that he could finish them off from that distance, and the doctor collapsed to the ground. Kurojiri quickly created a portal and disappeared with it. The albino was impressed to see how she had finished off those beasts as if nothing had happened. Nothing was left of those things as their bodies had disintegrated like ashes. Bakugo sheathed his katana, turning around to give her a slight smile, and said, "It's all over now, you're safe now." He extended his hand to help her stand up. The albino took his hand, feeling a unique warmth. She was somewhat embarrassed, and thanked him for saving her. Kacchan simply nodded his head. While Mirko was standing without knowing what had happened because he was about to face 5 Nomus, a breeze of wind blew through that area, causing their bodies to be cut into tiny fractions, and then disintegrate. This was thanks to the ashen-haired man's 11th stance, because with this technique he had a wide range of reach. Meanwhile, we can see how Kamui was being taken by the face by the hand of one of the Nomus, while he was being covered by a large amount of roots coming out of the hero's right arm. Since with his other arm he was holding back 2 more Nomus so that they could not escape, since there were civilians in the place who were paralyzed by fear. Kamui was almost losing consciousness when he could hear the roar of a tiger in the distance. To see how a tiger passed by, consuming the body of the Nomus in the act, being freed from the grip of that beast. He could see how the bodies of those beasts were consumed in an intense fire, reducing them to ashes. A few meters away he could see a young man with green hair. Izuku Fire Breath 5th stance. Fire Tiger. Kamui could not believe what he had seen, because how was it possible that this young man could defeat those beasts with such ease? Izuku turned around looking at the hero, saying, "Sorry for the delay, hero. Thanks to you these people are safe, thank you for keeping them." He approached Kamui to help him stand up. Kamui took the green-haired man's hand and stood up, thanking him for coming and helping him. "Izuku, there's nothing to be thankful for. There are no more of those beasts left, there is nothing to worry about. There are a few people injured but not seriously, that's good. Nobody died, that's good." Izuku looked at the civilians to smile and say, "There is nothing to fear. They are safe now." The people nodded their heads calmly and happy that everything had passed. Chapter 11, A Dream Ever Closer. Izuku looked with a slight smile at the people who were now safe. He could hear someone approaching the place at high speed. People looked at the green-haired man wondering if he was a UA student, because despite being so young he had saved them as if he were a professional. A certain platinum-haired rabbit had arrived at the place. Mirko was turning his back to the green-haired man looking at the people, because she had come to that place thinking that maybe there would be some Noma left to kick her ass. But great was her disappointment at not seeing any of those beasts. "Izuku, good morning, Miss Hero." Mirko's ears perked up slightly, turning in the direction where the voice came from. She turned around and found herself facing the green-haired man, who had a smile on his face and was wearing a somewhat peculiar and old outfit for her. Mirko, oh yeah, hello brat. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midori and no brat, Miss Hero. Mirko, oh yeah, sure, whatever you say, brat. Izuku let out a small laugh saying, You're very funny, young lady. Mirko just looked at him a little strangely, since most of the young people her age avoided her. They didn't even talk to her out of fear, since there were several rumors about Mirko, things that scared the younger ones. But the green-haired boy kept smiling at her and didn't seem to be afraid of her, because his eyes and attitude didn't show any of that. Mirko gave a slight smile and she patted him on the back saying, You're fun too, boy. But don't you think you're wearing a suit that's a bit out of fashion for this time of year? He asked mockingly. Izuku, not at all. I think this costume is so cool and amazing. I also used it out of respect for my teacher. Her outfit is also very eye-catching and beautiful, I like it. Mirko's ears prickled up at those words. She opened her eyes slightly, as it was the first time she had been told something like that. Generally, she was always criticized for wearing a somewhat revealing outfit. There were people who supported her, but in most cases they were men who looked at her with lustful desires and nothing more, who only saw her body but not her actions. But that green-haired man was different. Behind his words there was no other intention. They were sincere and humble. Izuku, that suit is very comfortable for you when fighting. I really like its design. Mirko gave a slight smile to say, Thanks, you're the first one who tells me something like that. I always get comments from idiot people. Izuku, that's good to hear. I'm glad I'm not one of those people you hate, Miss Hero. He turned around, looking at her out of the corner of his eye and saying, Well, I have to go now. I won't take up any more of your time. There are people who must be waiting for me. It was a pleasure meeting you. I hope we can meet again. And so I can talk to you a little more. Mirko with a tender look would say, I will sincerely wait for that day, Chi. Izuku. Izuku, me too, miss, well, see you. He took a step back and then disappeared in a spiral of fire. A taste of hot air was felt throughout the place. Mirko looked in the direction where the green-haired man had gone. This would say, What speed, he? It's really amazing. The rabbit turned around to see Kamui and said, Hey, Twigs, it seems you got beaten up. Kamui, the truth is I couldn't fight those beasts. If it had only been one I would have been able to, but there were 3 and their strength was crazy. What mattered most to me was protecting people. For a moment I was on the verge of losing consciousness, but that boy arrived and finished off those beasts with a single attack. Mirko opened his eyes slightly, turning towards the direction in which the green-haired man had gone, saying, Did that boy kill those beasts? Really? Kamui, yes, I finished them off in a way that would make even a professional look ridiculous. Mirko, really? Kamui, yes, that boy is in a different world than us. I would dare say that he is walking 10,000 steps ahead of us. If he is a hero candidate from some academy, and that is his current strength then, I can't imagine how strong he will become later on, because he is young and still has a long way to go. But I'm thankful that that boy came to save us, otherwise I don't know what would have become of these people. Mirko, wow, now that guy seems a lot cooler to me, he said with a slight smile. Returning to Kacchan, he looked at a particular street thinking, Izuku will have finished off the rest by now, there's no doubt about that. I'd better get back to the others. He looked at the albino girl and said, I have to go now, miss, have a nice day. The ashen-haired man walked past her but felt something stop him. He turned around seeing how the girl was grabbing him by her uniform. Kacchan, what's wrong, miss? The girl was a little embarrassed, but she gathered her courage and gave him a kiss on her cheek to say, Thanks for saving me. Kacchan just looked at her and gave a slight smile saying, You don't have to thank me, after all, protecting people is my duty. After saying that, he turned his back and disappeared in a gust of wind. The girl only brought her hands to the center of her chest to say, I knew it, I knew that the wind breath had not been lost. At that, a raven sat on his shoulder. Returning to Nisa and the others, they looked in the direction the boys had left. At that, both Izuku and Kacchan appeared in front of those present, surprising them a little. Izuku, we're back, Director, sorry for the wait. There is no longer any threat to worry about. There are people injured but not seriously. The good news is that nobody died, that's good. Nizu, I see, the important thing is that people are okay. Midnight, did you finish off those beasts by yourself? She asked, quite surprised, because those creatures, according to the leader of the League of Villains, had been created to defeat All Might. But the biggest problem was their regeneration. Izuku, yes, Miss Midnight, we finished off those beasts without any problem. Kacchan, they pose no threat to us. Both boys had a calm and serene look. Midnight was simply so amazed by the boy's ability and reaction. Aizawa was simply silent as he watched them. Nizu, well, since everything is under control, let's get back to the academy. Izuku, of course. He and the ashen-haired man got back into the vehicle with the others. The driver, now a little calmer, regained his composure and started the vehicle, returning to the road that would take them to the UA. Along the way, Izuku was looking out the window. Kacchan was looking at the hilt of his katana. The others were completely silent. There were so many questions they wanted to ask the two, but they knew that everything had to be done in due time. After about 10 minutes they had finally reached their destination. Izuku and Kacchan got off looking at how big the academy was. Nisa stood next to him, and with a slight smile would say, "Welcome to the UA Hero Academy." The Rodent turned around saying, "Come on, let's go in at once, I want to show you the academy so you can get used to it." Izuku and Kacchan opened their eyes wide at those words. "Izuku, Director is saying that." Aizawa walked past them saying, "Didn't you see it coming? Since you appeared, you caught the Director's attention. He saw in you great potential as future heroes. His intention was always to bring them here. You better follow us, you don't want to get lost in this place," he said as he walked away from them. "Midnight, let's go with them, or they'll leave us behind." The purple-haired girl showed them a kind smile. While she turned her back to them and walked elegantly, she looked at them out of the corner of her eye to say, "Besides, I also want to see them become heroes." "Izuku, we won't let you down, miss." Kacchan and Izuku in their thoughts would say. "After all this was always our biggest dream. And thanks to them, that dream is getting closer," they said while each one had the image of his teacher. Both friends took a step forward, entering the academy. While in the UA gym, we can see how Class A was training their quirks, with the help of the Big Three. We can see a certain sky blue film that was floating in the air, this would say. "Are you ready?" he asked a certain red-haired man who was on the ground. He would cross his arms to lower them forcefully, going into his unbreakable form. "Kirishima, I'm ready, Senpai Hado." He had a serious look, as each of Class A was giving their best effort to improve, and thus be able to walk alongside the Big Three. Nejire understood. She charged her energies to launch them in a powerful attack, in which she could see how a green hair appeared through the entrance door to the gym. Nejire opened her eyes slightly upon seeing that person again, thus unconsciously firing her attack, which passed by heading towards a certain purple-haired girl who was talking to Uraraka. Nejire realized this and shouted, "Careful, girls. Kirishima, dodge it." The purple-haired girl turned around at her senpai's words, seeing how in seconds that attack was about to impact them both. Mirio, who had already moved seconds before saving them, opened his eyes slightly, feeling a taste of wind passing by him at great speed. Jiru and Uraraka closed their eyes as they no longer had time to dodge the attack, but in that they both could feel a warm breeze of wind, and a voice that would say, "Wind breathing, fourth posture. Rising dust storm." In seconds, the energy that made up the light blue-haired girl's attack was cut into small, tiny pieces that passed by without touching the girls. All of this had happened in slow motion for Izuku and Kacchan. The others were impressed because from one second to the next, that boy had stood in front of his companions, saving them from the attack. Jiru opened her eyes watching the ashen-haired man sheath his katana, but seeing him was as if she was seeing a bright light of tranquility. That boy's suit looked a lot like the green-haired guy who had saved them at the mall. Nizu and the others from the entrance door watched this. Nizu only had a slight smile on his face, as he had not made a mistake in choosing those boys to enter his academy. Nejire was surprised when she saw how the ashen-haired man had easily finished off her attack, but her eyes opened slightly when she saw his clothing. The light blue-haired girl regained her composure and approached the girls, apologizing for their distraction and mistake. Nejire was very sorry for her mistake. Jireh looked at the ashen-haired boy to say, "Thank you for saving us." Kacchan looked at her and smiled slightly, saying, "You don't have to thank me, after all I was able to save them. After all, you two were in that forest, Izuku was the one who saved you at the mall. And now it was my turn." Both girls looked where the ashen-haired man was pointing. They could see the green-haired man talking to Nizu. Kacchan looked at Nejire saying, "I'm glad to see you again, Miss Hado." Nejire, and me too, Kacchan. Kacchan, that was a powerful attack, it was amazing. I didn't know you were this strong. Nejire was a little embarrassed by those words, as it was the first time she had been flattered with such kind words. The others just looked at the ashen-haired boy and the green-haired boy. Kirishima, that was amazing, Senpai's attack was nothing to him. Momo looked at the green-haired boy who, upon noticing her looking at him, couldn't help but give her a slight smile and greet her. Momo returned the greeting kindly. Mirio looked at Kacchan. Tamaki was next to him. He asked, "Did you see his moves, Mirio?" Mirio with a big smile replied, "Yes, it was really very fast. I have reacted much more than I did." Tamaki, "I wonder what kind of quirk he has." Mirio, "I don't know, but apparently he is someone strong." The blonde had a big smile. Nizu, "As you can see, this is the gym where our students train." Izuku, "It's quite spacious, I like it." Nizu, "That's good to hear." At that point a certain girl approached the green-haired man saying, "Hi, you're the guy who saved us at the mall. I still remember you, you were great that time." Izuku, "Hello, Miss Invisible. Sorry, but that time you didn't tell me your name." Hagakure, Toru Hagakure, that's my name. Izuku, "It's a nice name, miss. It's a pleasure to meet you, I hope we can get along." He extended his fist towards Hagakure, who hit him with her fist, saying, "I'm wondering the same." Nejire looked at this, noticing how everyone liked the green-haired boy's simple personality, as he had a friendly attitude that pleased anyone. A certain Baikala looked at Izuku and then returned her gaze to her own training, as she had the goal of becoming the strongest. Chapter 12, Kacchan vs. Mirio. Mirio approached Kacchan saying, "You're fast, boy." Kacchan looked at the blonde saying, "I appreciate your words." Nejire, "Kacchan is Mirio Togata, a friend and classmate." Kacchan, "I see. Let me introduce myself, my name is Katsuki Bakugo, but you can call me Kacchan. That's the nickname Izuku gave me." Tamaki also approached where they were. Nejire, "And he is Tamaki Amaiki, he is also a friend and classmate." Katsuki, "Nice to meet you both." Nejire, "And what are you doing here? Are you going to enroll in the UA?" she asked somewhat excitedly. Kacchan nodded his head to say, "Director Nizu was the one who came to find us and brought us here. He was giving us a tour of the academy, until we got here to the gym." Nejire was very happy with those words, because she couldn't believe that those two kind and warm people were going to be in the same academy. This was about to talk about what Mirio would say. "Sorry, Bakugo. Could we have a little fight? I was just curious to know how fast you can move. I was really amazed to see how you decided against Nejire's attack so easily." The light blue-haired girl looked at Kacchan, who looked at Nizu, who were approaching them. "Nizu, if you young man have no problem, then you can fight. I'm sure we'd all like to see his capabilities." Kacchan nodded his head saying, "All right." The entire Class A stood on the side to watch the fight, as they all wanted to see how the new kid fought against the best of the big three. Well, Mirio was the strongest of the big three. He had proven to be at the level of the professionals in an exceptional way. Izuku stood next to Nejire as she looked at her friend. Nejire glanced at him from the corner of her eye and their gazes met. The green-haired boy simply smiled slightly, embarrassing Nejire. Kaminari, do you think he can give Mirio a fight? Siro, I don't know, even the whole class lost against him, we couldn't even land a hit on him. The girls watched very attentively as the fight that was about to begin. Hagakure was on the right side of the green-haired girl. She touched his arm, saying, "Do you think your friend can win?" Izuku, well, in a fight, the slightest carelessness can mean defeat, no matter how strong and fast one is. Hagakure, so? Is that a yes? Izuku, well, I trust in his strength. I know he will improve with each passing second. But looking closely at his opponent, he seems to be strong. If he underestimates him, it could be the worst mistake he makes. Nizu, you may begin. Kacchan took a step back. Mirio had a serious look. The blonde disappeared from the sight of those present, because in a matter of seconds he was in front of the blonde. The katana was about to touch his neck. But great was his surprise when he saw how the katana passed by as if his body were an illusion. Mirio had a slight smile. He directed his fist at the ashen-haired man's face, who put his forearms out, receiving a powerful blow that sent him to the other end of the gym. The entire place had been hit by light gusts of wind. All of this had happened in the span of just 20 seconds. Well, they both moved quickly. The others could only watch as Kacchan stood at the other end of the gym, his arms in an X shape. Izuku, he's fast. Mirio began to walk slowly towards the ashen-haired man. Kacchan was simply calm. He could feel how his arms were numb from that blow. Nejire, Mirio is no ordinary opponent. I just hope he doesn't go too far with Kacchan. Izuku, you have nothing to worry about, Miss Nejire. The fight is just beginning, even though his partner has an amazing quirk, since Bakugo's katana easily pierced him, but it was as if it hit an illusion. The moment that happened, his friend stopped breathing. I imagine that's how his gift works. Nejire and Tamaki opened their eyes slightly in seconds, as they were the only ones who knew exactly how Mirio's quirk worked, but the green-haired boy was very attentive to the smallest detail. Mirio, here I go. He disappeared from the place, standing in front of the blonde. The blonde tried to hit him in the stomach, but the ashen-haired man also dodged it, moving at the same speed as the blonde. Both slowly increased their speeds. Kacchan blocked Mirio's attacks using his arms. Well, he wanted to better understand his opponent's gift before using his katana. At one point, they both bumped fists, creating a light breeze that reached the others. Kirishima, it's amazing. He's keeping up with Mirio's senpai. Jairu and the others looked at this speechless, because not even the entire class together had been able to touch him. How was it possible that that boy was fighting without difficulties on a par with the strongest of the big three? Mirio sent his fist backwards and then forwards, unleashing a bullet-shaped air punch that headed towards Kacchan. Kacchan received that attack by putting his katana in the middle of the blow. He retreated several meters back. This one in his thoughts would say. His body tensed, his breathing changed. Now I understand how it works. He looked at Mirio saying, Now I understand how your quirk works. Mirio with a smile would say, Really? Then I guess I'll have to end this fight quickly. This one in his thoughts would say, One for all 30%. He spat out a lot of saliva as he felt a powerful blow to the pit of his stomach. Well, the ashen-haired man had hit him with the hilt of his katana, hitting him in a vital spot. Mirio flew out to hit the gym wall. Kacchan, too slow. Once I detected the rhythm of your breathing, that's when I knew when to attack you. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, because that ashen-haired man had defeated Mirio with just one hit. Mirio just held his stomach because it had been a precise blow, so much so that he hadn't had time to dodge it. Kacchan approached him saying, Good fight. Next time let's give 100% each. He extended his hand. Mirio gave a slight smile saying, I couldn't see the moment when you moved. You are really fast. He took his opponent's hand and stood up. Nejire and Tamaki were at a loss for words. Mirio, if you used the edge of your katana you could have finished me off quickly, because according to what I heard, you finished off the Nomus quickly. And I see that it was true. Kacchan just gave a slight smile saying, I promised my master that I would use my katana to defend people, not to hurt them. Class A was now more than impressed. Hagakure, your friend is amazing. Izuku, that's right. He really became someone strong. Midnight, even the strongest of the big three lost in a fight. Although it wasn't a 100% fight, it's still incredible to see him lose. Nizu, well if you're done, let's get back on track, young Bakugo and Midoriya. Izuku understood. Kacchan nodded his head to start following him. Before leaving the gym, the green-haired boy looked at Nejire to tell her, I would like to see you later, Miss Nejire. At those words the girls looked at Nejire, who blushed slightly. After saying that, the green-haired man and the others left the gym. Meanwhile we can see how Kurojiri had appeared in a small but elegant bar, dropping the doctor's body to the ground, which was bleeding, since the ashen-haired man's cut had been deep. Kurojiri, I must treat him immediately or he will bleed to death. 3 hours later. We can see how Kurojiri was in the room where All for One was lying. AFO, I see. So that's what happened. I definitely underestimated the situation. Kurojiri, that boy located us in a matter of seconds. That cut was just a warning, because if he had wanted to kill us he would have done it. As for his quirk, we couldn't find out much. AFO, I understand the situation. I never thought I would find myself in a situation like this. My Nomus are now useless against them, and we can only wait until this procedure takes effect. Afterwards I will take care of them myself. Now we will have to wait for our dear doctor to recover. When he is better, I will tell him that we will double the dose. Perhaps that way we can speed up this process. The faster I achieve my goal the better. Soon the heroes will know what fear is, if all goes well then. It will be a matter of time before the world is ours. Kurojiri, I want you to watch over the doctor's recovery. Without him we won't be able to do much. He still has a lot to decipher from those 2 books they found. Kurojiri, don't worry, I'll be letting you know, master. AFO, for now you can leave, we will just watch from the shadows. Let's say that the heroes will have a little peace for a while. If they know how to appreciate things then they will know how to value their time of life. Dark purple veins could be seen on AFO's neck, extending along his body. Returning to the UA, more exactly in the direction of Director Nizu, that was now where our protagonists were. Nizu, well? What did you think of the academy? He asked with a slight smile. Izuku, it's spacious and quiet, I like it. Nizu, so you would like to be part of the academy? Kacchan, but there is a problem. Nizu, and what would that problem be? Kacchan, we haven't finished elementary or high school, remember that we were absent all these years. Nizu, if that's why, don't worry, we'll take care of that. Obviously they will have to take special classes in which they will be able to take all those things and graduate quickly, especially if they want to be in their second year like Class 2A, they will have to take the written and practical exams to be able to be in that class. But don't worry, we will take care of putting you in the hands of professionals who will teach you everything you need. Now it's up to you whether you accept or not. Izuku, we accept your proposal, Director Nizu. We will not let you down. Nizu, perfect, then I'll take care of the necessary paperwork. By the way, now, if it's not too much trouble, I would like you to tell us a little more about where you have been all these years. If it's not too much to ask. Izuku, not at all, I'll be happy to tell you everything. First of all, the most important thing you should know is that we are quirks. At those words, Nizu, Aizawa and Midnight were quite surprised. Nizu, quirkless? Kacchan, that's right, both Izuku and I were born without a quirk. That day we decided to go into that forest out of simple curiosity. The further we went we could feel as if the place was moving. After several hours we realized that we were lost, and that was where our teachers found us. Nizu, masters? Izuku, the people who taught us everything we know, since we lack a gift, They taught us how to use breathing. With breathing, we can increase our strength, speed, and endurance. These breaths were created long ago for the specific purpose of killing demons. Aizawa, do you mean those creatures told of in ancient myths? Izuku, that's right. The green-haired man began to explain everything to them, every detail omitting some parts. That's why we wear these uniforms, because they are the last reminder we have of our teachers. Midnight, so they were always spirits that appeared to help you. Izuku, that's right. Nizu, a limbo between life and death. No doubt for anyone who heard it would believe that it is a story with a lot of fiction, but this is not the case, and even more so when you two are there as proof of it. We certainly regret what happened to your teachers, but the breathing is incredible. Fire and wind. I didn't expect something of this magnitude, but I am certainly amazed. I appreciate you telling us your stories. This really represents hope for those people who were born without a quirk. Izuku, that's right. That's why Kacchan and I promised each other that we will follow the legacy of our masters. We will not allow the breaths to be lost. We will pass it on to people like us. Nizu, that's good, making a more equal world for everyone, where everyone can be a hero and no one is left out. Chapter 13. Emotions that begin to sprout. The director walked to the large window that gave a perfect view of the entire campus. As he looked at the view outside, he would say, I know you can make a big difference if you teach these breaths to people like you. I trust that they will be able to change the lives of many people, there is no doubt about that. Well, since you know the Academy, I can tell you the following. Welcome to the Academy for UA Heroes, your Academy. Now that we have nothing to talk about, you can go and take a better look around the facilities. I'll take care of everything else. I'll also ask Cementos to make 2 more rooms for you. Izuku and Kacchan bowed, saying, Thank you very much for accepting us, Director Nizu. Nizu, rest for today, since starting tomorrow your space classes will begin, where they will have to give their best to pass the subjects. Kacchan, we will not let you down, Director. Nizu, I know they won't. You may now leave and enjoy the Academy. Otherwise they will get very bored if they stay here with me. Go and meet your new classmates. As they are Class A and B, you can choose which class to join. Izuku, knowledgeable Director. With your permission, we will leave. The pair of friends left the address, leaving the others alone. They began to walk through the halls of the Academy when they came across a thin blonde. Tashinori, seeing the green-haired boy, recognized him from the video they had obtained from the shopping center. He opened his eyes slightly upon seeing them. Izuku and Kacchan greeted him respectfully and walked past as they were talking. Tashinori simply stared at the pair of friends walking away through the hallways. After walking for about 5 more minutes, the boys met up with the group from Class A, who had already finished their practice and were now heading to the dormitories to rest. They stopped dead when they saw the 2 boys. Izuku, hello again everyone, he said with a slight smile. Momo, I see they've already emptied everything. Izuku, that's right, now we were about to get to know you all a little better, since it seems we'll be in the same class as you. This news surprised everyone else. A certain pink-haired girl with great excitement approached the green-haired boy, saying, Are you serious? Izuku nodded his head, thus answering the pink-haired girl's question. Kirishima, that's great, now we'll be more men. At that loud bang was heard coming from the gym. Izuku, what was that noise? Momo, I don't know, it's probably something produced by Class B, they are occupying the gym now. Kacchan, hey Izuku, look at that. The ashen-haired man pointed towards the gym, from which an immense amount of vines were coming out in an unbridled manner. Izuku, I guess that's not normal, he said as he watched them begin to hug the gym from the outside. Izuku disappeared at high speed in a spiral of fire. This was the first time the boys of Class A saw something like that. Inside the gym we can see how all the students were suspended in the air, wrapped in vines without the possibility of moving. Even Vlad King was trapped. Ibra was kneeling on the ground trying to control her quirk, as it was getting out of control. Ibra, I am sorry, I can't stop them. In a matter of seconds, all the vines were cut, being burned by flames of fire that reduced them to nothing. The boys began to fall, but in a second they were on the ground. Kendo was in the arms of a certain green-haired boy who had bright emerald eyes, along with a warm and radiant smile. Izuku, I got it, miss. Izuku carefully lowered her, looking at the rest as they were doing fine. Kendo, thanks for saving us. Izuku, you're welcome, I saw something was going on and came right away. He turned around and approached Ibara, kneeling down to her and asking, Are you okay, miss? Didn't he get hurt? Ibara, I'm sorry, because of me I almost hurt my own teammates. I couldn't control one of my techniques and well. Izuku, keep trying. Don't give up, there's nothing you can't achieve. When she masters her technique, I'm sure she'll be amazing. No one will blame her if she stumbles once or more. In the end, we learn from our falls. So please keep your spirits up, young lady. He had a sincere smile as he extended his hand for her to stand up. Ibara could feel the warmth of his words. She looked into his eyes, noticing the gentleness of them. The green-haired girl grabbed his hand and stood up. Ibara, I won't give up, I promise. Izuku, that's the attitude, and if it gets out of control, then I'll be there to stop her as many times as necessary. He turned his back to start walking away. Ibara, are you from Class A? It's just that I've never seen you before. Izuku looked at his sideways, saying, I don't belong to any class for now. But I'll be able to train with you soon. I promised I'd be there to stop you. So this will be the class I'll be in. Until then, take care, miss. Those words left the place in a warm silence, but the green-haired man's words were what calmed Ibara's nerves and fear. Her teammates came over to encourage her and tell her that they were fine, as it was not her fault that her technique had failed. Kendo, that boy said he would be in our class. Sensei, do you know anything? The orange-haired girl asked, looking at her teacher. Vlad had his arms crossed, saying, No, but I'm sure Director Nizu will tell me soon. But from his words I doubt that boy is lying either. If he joins our class, he will be the captain. Monoma, I support that idea with great notion. Kendo looked at his teacher with a drop of sweat on his head. The green-haired man, upon leaving the gym, collided with a certain light blue-haired girl. Before Nejire fell to the ground, she was grabbed by the waist by the green-haired man, who pulled her towards him so they were face to face. She had her face very close to this one. Izuku, good thing I caught you, Miss Nejire. The light blue-haired girl's hands were on the green-haired boy's chest without realizing it. She blushed slightly, taking a step back, separating herself from the green-haired boy. Nejire, thanks for catching me. Izuku, first of all I must apologize for having collided with you. What are you doing here? Are you here to help train the boys from Class B? Nejire, oh no, what happened is that I saw several vines coming out of the gym out of control, and I thought they needed help. I came as fast as I could, but I see you beat me to it. Izuku, I guess I got here first. Everyone is safe and well now. How is your friend? Nejire, you mean Mirio? Izuku, yes, the one who fought Kacchan. I hope he is okay since he received a blow in a vital point. Nejire, don't worry, Mirio is fine, a little sore from the blow but fine. Izuku, I'm glad to hear that. They remained silent as they looked at each other. Nejire was a little nervous, as she couldn't control her heartbeat. The same thing happened her minutes ago when she saw him enter the gym with the director. Izuku, what are you going to do now, miss? Nejire, to tell the truth, my class is free now, so I have nothing to do. Izuku, I see, then would you like to accompany me for a bit? I want to get around the academy properly, and who better than a nice lady like you to guide me and keep me from getting lost? Nejire just lowered her gaze with her face very flushed. She began to push the green-haired man, saying, Gee goodness, don't say such embarrassing things like that. I'll show you the academy. Izuku laughed lightly as he was pushed, wearing a warm smile. The light blue-haired girl showed the green-haired boy part of the academy. While she walked, she told him several things. Izuku just walked in silence, while paying close attention to the light blue-haired girl. The light blue-haired girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye, noticing how he looked at her while he listened to her speak. She blushed slightly, so she asked, "What's happening? Don't tell me I have something on my face and that's why you're looking at me." "Izuku, it's not that. What happens is that he looked very happy while he was talking. His eyes had a beautiful shine. I like them, that's why I kept looking at them." Nijire's cheeks were flushed, her heart still racing. In a low voice he would say, "I like your eyes too." "Izuku, did Miss Nejire say something?" Nejire, and no, nothing, go on. She couldn't finish speaking when she saw how a few meters away from them was walking that person who had been someone special in her life. Nejire stared at him for a few seconds. The green-haired boy noticed this, because now the blue-haired girl's eyes had a sad tone. That boy approached them and greeted them kindly, saying, "Oh, I finally found you, Nejire. Your friends were looking for you." He looked at Izuku saying, "Hi, I've never seen you around here before. Are you new to the academy?" "Izuku, that's right." "Boy, I see, and I imagine Nejire is showing you around the academy. After all, she is always very curious about newcomers. In fact, only she has the ability to become your friend in a second. It's a gift that only she has," he would say, letting out a little laugh. "I guess your friend has already become." "Izuku, she's my partner." Those words made the light blue-haired girl open her eyes slightly. That boy did the same action as Nejire. Nejire was embarrassed and blushed at those words, because she never thought that Izuku would say something like that to others. "Boy P partner?" "Izuku, that's right." The boy looked at Nejire saying, "I didn't know you had already found a partner, Nejire." "Nejire, WLI. Izuku, if you'll excuse us, we have to continue exploring the academy. See you?" The green-haired boy grabbed the light blue-haired girl's hand and started walking away from that boy. Nejire had her head down, her face a completely red hue. Izuku had a slight smile as he walked, remembering the words Izumi had told him. Flashback. "Izumi, listen to me carefully, Onaikan." "Izuku, yes, princess." "Izumi, you also agree that you and Miss Nejire would make a cute couple, right?" "Izuku, that's right." "Izumi, well, when you see her again and a guy approaches her, you have to make it clear to him that you and she are a couple, otherwise he can take her away from you." "Izuku, understood, princess." "Izumi, you also have to tell her whenever you can how pretty she looks. You have to say nice words to her, she will like that." "Izuku, understood." Both Izumi and Izuku had a different definition of the word couple, but the green-haired girl thought her brother thought the same as her. End of flashback. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "I hope I did things right, otherwise that guy would have taken her from me and she wouldn't be my training partner." Nejire was just trying to control those emotions that were beginning to well up in her heart, emotions that she clearly knew. Emotions that she didn't want to feel again for fear of getting hurt again. Chapter 14. You are unique to me. But despite being afraid of being hurt, she couldn't deny that certain feelings were beginning to well up inside her. She knew that this had started since that day she went to the movies and passed by that green-haired man, especially when he smiled at her and treated her as if she were something fragile, but with a unique warmth. His hand held her firmly, but without hurting her. It was as if he was barely touching her, but at the same time she knew that he was not going to let her go. Nejire didn't want to let go either, she couldn't, she was still trapped in that moment. Her emotions wouldn't let her take control of her body, she was simply letting herself be carried away by the moment. Nothing else mattered to her, at that moment it was just the two of them and nothing else. Izuku walked for a couple more minutes, until they reached the campus courtyard. Seeing a bench that was under the shade of a tree, the green-haired man walked to that place, without letting go of the light blue-haired girl's hand for a moment. "Izuku, shall we sit here for a while?" he asked as he turned around to look at her, but his eyes widened slightly when he saw how the blue-haired girl's cheeks were blushing. He lowered his gaze, noticing how he continued holding his hand. The green-haired boy let go, saying, "I'm so sorry, I got carried away for the moment. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable with my actions." Nejire looked to the side quite embarrassed, saying, "Why oh, I never said I was uncomfortable, or anything." Izuku stared at her because she really looked beautiful. For a second he felt a warmth in his chest, warmth produced by that light blue hair. Nejire looked at him sideways, saying, "So, shall we sit down?" Izuku, "Oh yeah, of course." The couple sat on the bench in complete silence. The green-haired man looked at his hand and said to himself, "What's wrong with me? What is this I'm feeling? It's like I'm nervous, but at the same time I'm not." "Nejire, why did you say that to that boy?" she asked, somewhat embarrassed. Izuku, well, my little sister Izumi was the one who advised me that. She told me that I had to make it clear to any boy that you were my partner, or else they could take you away from me. Those words made the light blue-haired girl's heart beat a little faster. She looked down at the ground, trying to calm down. Nejire, I see. Izuku, I apologize if my words upset you. Well, as you know, I was trapped in that forest all these years. So I don't know how to talk to a girl properly. I don't know if I'm saying bad things or something. That's why when my little sister advised me, I decided to listen to her. Because I know she didn't do it with bad intentions, she just wanted to help me. So if my words were wrong, then I apologize." Nejire glanced at him, noticing his gaze that triggered a different feeling. As if he really felt guilty for something he hadn't done. The light blue-haired girl just let out a small laugh, saying, "You know you are very tender." She began to swing her feet as she looked him straight in her eyes and said, "You didn't say anything bad, on the contrary, your words were nice." She smiled tenderly at him, but this was a different smile than the ones she had shown before, because after their breakup Nejire was finally smiling again like she used to. "Izuku, that makes me feel better. I thought I said something that would have upset him." "Nejire, not at all. I was just surprised when you said that to him. I didn't think you would say something like that. But I guess I should have expected it from you, since you're always saying embarrassing things." "Izuku, I'm just sincere in my words, I can't lie." He looked at the sky and said, "I don't know whether to feel lucky or not." "Nejire, why do you say that?" "Izuku, it's just that if everything that happened in my life hadn't happened, I think that maybe you and I would never have met. But I am grateful to be able to know you and be with you here and now." Nejire looked away, saying, "Why you keep saying embarrassing things, Bibaka?" Nejire, even though she didn't look at him, had a slight smile, because those words had made her happy. "But even if you hadn't gotten lost in the forest, you still would have entered the academy, wouldn't you?" Izuku gave a slight melancholic smile, letting the seconds pass. Nejire looked at him, noticing that melancholic smile. "Izuku, I wouldn't have been able to enter, since both Kacchan and I were born without a quirk. We are both quirks. That's why I say that perhaps I wouldn't have met her." As I finished saying that, a small breeze of air blew through the place. "Nejire, but I saw you defeat those Nomus very easily, and you also appeared wrapped in flames." "Izuku, but that's not a product of any quirk, that's because I'm a flame-breathing user. Thanks to that and to the total concentration breathing, I was able to defeat those beasts. Sorry I'm not as cool as you thought, but... Nejire, you're awesome." Izuku slightly opened his eyes looking at her. "Nejire, you were able to defeat those beasts even without possessing a quirk. That's the coolest thing I could ever hear. They are both great, they found a way to fulfill their dreams, there is nothing cooler than that." Nejire noticed that the green-haired man was looking at her. She had gotten carried away by emotion. She was a little sad, and said, "Well, that's what I think." Izuku gave him a slight smile, saying, "Thank you. Your words really encouraged me." "Nejire, I'm glad to hear that. So flame-breathing, huh? It sounds great just saying it." Izuku, true, Kacchan uses wind-breathing. "Nejire, how many breaths are there?" Izuku, a lot, about 11 breaths. Breath of fire, water, rock, wind, lightning, love, insect, mist, snake, sound, and finally the breath of beast. These are the breaths that I know exist. Nejire, breath of love? I was curious to know more about her. Izuku, with full concentration breathing we are able to increase our strength, speed and endurance. Thanks to that we can move at high speeds. But all this took us 12 years of hard training, that's why we are able to perform such acts. Nejire, that's a long time. So you started training when you were barely 4 years old? That's amazing. Izuku, I guess so, but Kacchan and I are who we are thanks to our teachers. Without them we would never have been able to get to this point. They were the ones who gave us these suits, he said while looking at his clothes. Maybe for others it is an old-fashioned and somewhat traditional outfit, but Nejire, I like it, I think it looks really cool. It looks great on you. She gave him a slight smile. Izuku, thank you very much, Miss Nejire. Nejire could see how Izuku's katana had a hilt in the shape of a flame. Nejire, your katana is very striking. Izuku took out his katana saying, This katana belonged to my master. Do you want to hold her? He asked as he held out his hands with the katana in their palms. Nejire took the katana noticing how it had a reddish color. Nejire, reddish? Izuku, Nichiren katanas change color depending on their wielder. Generally the katanas of fire users are that color. Nejire, do they change color? At that both Izuku and Nejire could see how the katana changed to a light blue hue. Izuku, light blue? Nejire, wow, it really changed color. What does it mean that it changed to this color? Izuku, I don't know. Well, my teacher never told me about anyone who had a katana of that color. Nejire gave a small laugh and said, Then that means I'm unique. She laughed, but Izuku replied, For me you are already unique, Miss Nejire. Nejire looked at him, and while she arranged her lock of hair behind her ear she said, You are unique too. This in its chibi version would move the katana saying, Flame breathing, first posture. This? Izuku, sea of fire. Nejire, sea of fire. She began to make several cuts in the air. Izuku just laughed and stood up, placing himself behind Nejire, taking both of her hands, putting his face next to Nejire saying, Let me help you hold the katana properly. The green-haired man's hands were on top of Nejire's. Nejire looked at him, noticing how his face was just a few centimeters from hers. She blushed slightly. Izuku looked at her saying, This is how the katana is held. Izuku and Nejire stared into each other's eyes, as a small breeze of air blew through the place. While in another place we can see how the girl who had saved Kacchan was walking along some stairs that were in the middle of a place full of beautiful trees. The girl was wearing a black uniform, and when she reached the top she could see the silhouette of a man, who had a crow on his shoulder. The girl knelt down in respect saying, Boss, I'm back. That person turned around with a warm smile, he would say. I'm glad to see you came back safely, daughter. Tell me, what did you find? The girl looked up saying, Just as you predicted, the wind breath did not waste. The boy who saved me used the breathing of the former Hashira-san Me Shinizugawa. The man gave a slight smile saying, I see, so they are appearing for some reason. The other boy, what breathing did he use? The albino girl lowered her gaze saying, Unfortunately I have not been able to obtain information on what breathing he uses. Boss, it's okay, the important thing is that you are here safe and sound. I wonder if in these dark times to come, how many lives will be lost again? Chapter 15, Don't Stop Smiling. Returning to our protagonists, Izuku and Nejire continued to look at each other, being very close to each other. Despite their closeness, either wanted to leave the other. Nejire was quite nervous inside, her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. At that some female voices would say, Here you were, Nejire, we were looking for you. The light blue-haired girl and the green-haired boy turned their gaze in the direction where those voices came from. Nejire found 3 of her friends, who were her classmates. The girls saw how close the couple was. One of the girls covered her mouth and with a mischievous look said, Oops, sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt your romantic moment. he said as he saw Izuku grab the blue-haired girl's hands while standing behind her. Nejire blew smoke from her ears. In seconds her face turned completely red. She separated from the green-haired man, saying, "And no, it's not what you girls think." She moved her hands rapidly, trying to explain the situation. The girls came up to her and patted her on the back, saying, "Come on, we're your friends, you have nothing to be ashamed of." One of them whispered in his ear, "Besides being honest, your new partner is a pretty handsome guy." The light blue-haired girl just lowered her gaze, very embarrassed, while playing with her fingers. The girls approached the green-haired man who was sheathing his katana. The same one who whispered in Nejire's ear asked, "Hey handsome, since when are you and Nejire a couple?" Izuku was about to speak, but the light blue-haired girl quickly covered his mouth, not wanting the green-haired boy to say anything. "Nejire, why were you looking for me?" They replied that they were going shopping, and since Nejire always went with them, they went to look for her. Nejire very excitedly said, "If you go." She couldn't finish speaking because she remembered that she was with the green-haired man. She turned to look at him, to say, "Well, I guess it will be another time, girls. Now I am Izuku, that's right. I was forgetting that I had to do something very important. Go with your friends, maybe we can pick up where we left off another day." He approached her and placed his hand on her head, smiling warmly at her. Nejire just looked into his eyes, somewhat embarrassed. The girls looked at this to say, "Hey handsome, you know you're great, right? Thank you for lending us Neji, we will return him to you later. By the way, we like your suit, it looks very cool." Izuku looked at them, saying, "Understood, have fun ladies. And thank you for your words, they are very kind and lovely." He turned around and started to walk away from them. Nejire just watched him walk away while she could still feel the warmth of his hands on hers. Izuku, as he walked through campus, looked at the sky. He had a sincere and kind smile. "This place is very beautiful, there are many kind and interesting people. I wonder how Kacchan is doing. Well, now the important thing." He stopped dead in his tracks, looking at the endless corridors in the place. Which one of them was the one we came for? He wondered to himself as he let out a small laugh. "I'll have to adapt more to this place, then our new life will begin here." Elsewhere we can see how Kacchan was in the dining room with Class A. He was enjoying some delicious spicy food. "Jairu, how is it?" she asked, a little embarrassed because she didn't have much confidence in the kitchen. Bakugo, despite having a look that seemed angry, looked in her eyes, and while eating he raised his thumb in approval. "It's very tasty, miss, thank you very much." Jairu felt very happy about that compliment. A little embarrassed, she said, "I think I went overboard with the spiciness, sorry. It's just that I like spicy food." Bakugo gave him a slight smile to say, "You're just like me, I like spicy food. I hope one day I can cook for you as a thank you." The purple-haired girl's eyes rose a little at those words, more because of that slight smile that she found very sincere and captivating. The other girls noticed this reaction and said, "You can do it, Jairu." Jairu, remove red, shouted, "Don't talk as stupid things." Bakugo didn't understand what was happening. Kirishima tapped Bakugo on the shoulder, saying, "That's for men." Bakugo, with a vein in his forehead, would say, "I have no reason, but I hate your face." Kirishima had a drop of sweat on his head at that comment. Bakugo looked at Jairu and with a slight smile asked, "Miss, where is the kitchen?" "It's that I want to wash the dishes." Jairu, "Oh no, I'll wash them, don't worry." She couldn't finish speaking because when she tried to take the plates her hands touched the ashen-haired man's. Jiruo turned even redder. She raised her gaze looking into the blonde's eyes. He only put on a warm look along with a smile. Such a smile accelerated Jairu's heartbeat. The other girls were just happily watching the romantic scene that was taking place before their eyes. "Bakugo, excuse me, but I couldn't let you wash the dishes. I'll wash them myself, don't worry." He looked at the other girls to ask, "Could you please tell me in which direction the kitchen is?" The girls in their chibi version pointed in a certain direction. Bakugo, Thank you very much. He walked away calmly. Mina patted the purple-haired girl on the back, saying, Not bad, G. This was silenced by Jire's hands, which covered her rather flushed mouth. Meanwhile, Nejire was shopping with her friends. She was trying on a dress that her friends had chosen for her. The light blue-haired girl looked at herself in the mirror, and while she did so she remembered Izuku's smile, and couldn't help but blush, since she hadn't stopped thinking about what would have happened if her friends hadn't appeared at that moment. She looked at herself in the mirror once more, noticing how the dress looked on her. In the voice of her friends on the other side of the counter, they said to her, Let us see how it looks on you, Neji. It sure looks beautiful on you. The curtains of the counter moved aside. The light blue-haired girl in a beautiful crimson-red dress, it reached her knees. Her loose hair gave a charming touch to the dress. Her friends covered their mouths, saying, You look very beautiful, Neji. We are more than sure that your boyfriend will love it. Nejire blushed slightly at those words. She had to clarify to them that she and the freckled boy were nothing, just friends. But she liked the idea that they thought that about both of them. Without knowing the reason, she wanted to keep hearing that, or at least that they believed it. It sounded nice to think that maybe someday she and he could be something more. Nejire shook her head slightly, saying, Thanks for your words, girls. Her friends took her by the hand, saying, Come on, you definitely have to take it. We're going to pay for it, they said while dragging Nejire, who was in her chibi version. Returning to our green-haired boy, he had reached the hallway that led to Director Nise's office, when he ran into a certain orange-haired girl who was leaving the office. Upon seeing Izuku, she greeted him lightly with a kind smile, saying, Oh, it's you again. Izuku remembered her, saying, Oh, you're a miss from Class B. I see you've finished your training. Kendo, well, something like that. We took a little break. Izuku, I see, resting is good. Kendo could see his energetic personality, plus the slight smile he always had. He was undoubtedly one of those people with whom it would be impossible not to get along. That freckled boy was charismatic and kind. The orange-haired girl let out a small laugh, saying, You are very peculiar, you know. Izuku tilted his head, saying, Peculiar? I don't understand what that is, but thanks, he said while scratching the back of his head. Kendo, I mean you are someone unique and intriguing. I'm Itsuka Kendo. We didn't introduce ourselves before, I would say with a slight smile. Izuku, nice to meet you, Miss Itsuka Kendo. By the way, it's a pretty nice name. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I hope we can be good partners. Kendo, same here, Midoriya-san. By the way, I imagine you're here to see the director, right? Izuku, well. 10 minutes later. We can see how Kendo laughed lightly while sitting under the shade of a beautiful cherry tree. Izuku was by her side. Izuku, and well, that's how I ended up meeting you. Kendo, I understand you. This place is so big that it is difficult not to get lost. Don't tell anyone, but the first time I got lost too, he said while laughing when he remembered that event. Izuku just watched her as she laughed. The freckled boy simply said, I like it when people smile. For me, the smile is the pure beauty of the soul. So please don't stop smiling, at least not for me. Kendo opened her eyes slightly at those words. Although Izuku hadn't said it in any flirtatious sense, any other girl would think that was the case. The orange-haired girl simply smiled kindly, saying, Okay, I'll do it, Midoriya-san. They both looked at the sky while they continued talking about various things while laughing. Part 16. Our hands are intertwined. The next day we can see how Izuku and Kacchan were in the middle of their special classes. A lot of smoke was coming out of the ashen-haired boy's head while he was looking at his exam. He glanced sideways at Izuku, who was sitting upright. The freckled boy crossed his arms, and with a big smile said, I actually don't understand anything. Nise had a drop of sweat on his head. Nemuri, who was at his side, just let out a small giggle as he seemed quite cute to her. While in the classroom of Class 3A we can see how Nejire was playing with her pen while having a slight smile on her face. She was humming a song. Mirio and Tamaki approached her since they were free and their teacher hadn't arrived yet. Mirio, I see you're happy, Nejire. Tamaki and I are glad to see you like this. Nejire, ah well I. All her classmates looked at her and mischievously said, Is that Neji is in love? They said while hugging the blue-haired girl. She was quite sorry and said, Don't say that, I am not in love. He replied while moving his hands quickly. They just thought. She looks adorable, one of them said. And then the boy you were hugging. She couldn't finish asking her question because Nejire covered her mouth so she couldn't say anything else. The light blue-haired girl was already quite embarrassed. Mirio just laughed at the scene but was happy for his friend since both he and Tamaki loved her quite a bit. At the girls' school where Izumi attended, we can see how she had a slight smile on her face since her brother had promised her that at the end of the day he would take her shopping and also to eat ice cream. The green-haired girl couldn't help but smile every time she thought about her brother since he always spoiled her and treated her like a princess just like her other brother Bakugo did. They both loved her very much and pampered her. She was undoubtedly very happy that they were both part of her life. Her classmates and friends were staring at her because for a few days she seemed unusually very, very happy, so they teased her saying that maybe she had fallen in love with some boy. She just denied those words but her friends still kept bothering her. In classroom 1A we can see how the boys were in class and they asked each other when the two new boys would join their class. Aizawa answered that he didn't know yet since they would be in special classes with Principal Nizu and other teachers for at least 2 weeks. Jairu was sitting in her spot playing with her jacks and from one second to the next the smile of that ashen-haired boy passed through her mind so she shook her head slightly to erase that image. Momo asked her if something was wrong but she denied it saying that she was fine and that she was just trying to concentrate, that was all. Mina smiled slightly from her spot, having a mere idea of what could be happening. She in her mind would say, This is a job for love detective Mina Ishido. Don't worry Jairu, I'll help you so that he also reciprocates your feelings. As she finished thinking that, Jairu felt a chill run through her entire body. Jairu in her thoughts would say, I don't know why but something tells me to be careful with Mina. The purple-haired girl turned to look at her, and the pink girl simply showed her thumb up with a slight smile, an act that confirmed that her shiver was because of her. At lunchtime all the girls were together in the dining room. Nejire was with her couple of friends who always accompanied her. The light blue-haired girl was discreetly looking for the green-haired boy, as she wanted to see him again and summarize the moment they had left off yesterday. While the pair of friends were in Director Nizu's office, the rodent along with his 2 companions would say, Itadakimasu. Immediately afterward they began to enjoy the food, and his friend's typical phrase was not long in coming. Izuku am I. Bakugo had a slight smile as every time they tied together he couldn't help but remember his 2 teachers. Nizu, I'm sure that in 2 weeks they will be able to join their classmates. Izuku stopped eating to get serious and say, Principal Nizu said we would be in Class A but if it's not too much to ask, I would like to ask you to join Class B. Nizu looked at him in the eyes saying, What is the reason for your decision, boy? I would like you to tell me please. Izuku, of course you saw yesterday when I was touring the academy the boys from Class B were training in the gym. Well, one of the students had a small incident with her quirk and Nizu, I understand it was Miss Ibara. Professor Vlad told me what happened and that you arrived and controlled the situation in seconds. Izuku, that's right, Director. You see, I promised Miss Ibara that I would be there to help her, and I also promised Miss Itsuka Kendo. So please allow me to be in Class B. Nizu could see how Izuku knelt down and bowed his head until he touched the ground. Bakugo slightly opened his eyes upon seeing his friend's act. Nizu was about to speak but his eyes widened slightly when he saw that Kacchan did the same. Bakugo, I ask you too, Director Nizu. If my friend Izuku is asking you for that, I also ask you to accept his request. I know very well his kindness and heart. I know that he really wants to help Miss Ibara and if he promised it to her he will do even the impossible to keep his promise. Nizu gave a slight smile saying, Please young people stand up. I have accepted your request, young Izuku. The director got down from his seat to do the action that Izuku had done a moment ago saying, I further ask you to please help young Ibara and all her companions. Izuku, please director, don't do that, please stand up. I'll gladly help everyone, but stand up. Nizu was grateful for the pure and kind hearts of the two young men, as they were undoubtedly two totally different but very kind people. Nizu, well, let's continue enjoying our lunch or else our food will get cold. Izuku and Kacchan gave a slight smile and nodded their heads. The hours passed normally and the end of classes had arrived. The light of dusk covered the entire UA campus. Nejire walked through the halls with her other friends as Mirio and Tamaki had stayed behind to help Present Mike with some things. The light blue-haired girl was a little disappointed since she hadn't been able to talk to the freckled boy all day. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kacchan had arrived at their homes. Izuku, upon entering his, was greeted by a hug from his mother, a hug that was reciprocated by him. Izumi walked down the stairs dressed to go out. She wanted to give her brother a hug, but she didn't want to look like she had missed him all day, so she tried to act calm. Izuku gave him a slight smile to say, "My princess won't give me a hug?" he asked, approaching Izumi to ruffle her hair. Izumi couldn't take it anymore and hugged him tightly. Inko just let out a small laugh to tell the freckled boy, "Izumi has been looking out the window the whole time to see if you were coming." Izumi, Mom, don't say that. The green-haired girl was quite saddened by her mother's words. Izuku, after all, I promised my princess that today we would go shopping and also get some ice cream. Wait a few minutes, I'll take a shower and get changed so we can go out. Izumi nodded his head. The freckled boy alone walked up the stairs to his room. After 20 minutes we can see how Izumi and Izuku walked together through the streets. The freckled boy held Izumi's hand, who walked with a slight smile on his face. Several girls looked at the green-haired boy and earned a murderous look from little Izumi, who in her thoughts would say, "Don't look at my brother, you homewrecker cats, he's Miss Nejire's." At that point Izumi could see how on the other side of the street was walking our dear blue-haired girl in the UA uniform. She was looking at her phone a little bored, but her attention was caught by a sweet voice that she had heard before. "Miss Nejire over here." The light blue-haired girl turned to her side to see that on the other side of the street was that little green-haired girl accompanied by that freckled boy she had wanted to see so much. Quickly and without thinking, she crossed the street until she reached them. As soon as she arrived, she was hugged by Izumi, who looked at the other girls, sticking her tongue out at her. "Nejire, how have you been, little Izumi?" The brunette remembered a lock of hair behind her ear, looking at the freckled man, saying, "Hello?" Izuku with a slight smile would say, "Hello, Miss Nejire." "Izumi, brother, can Miss Nejire accompany us?" Izuku, "Of course, if Miss Nejire wants to be with us I would be delighted." Nejire, "Yes, I want to go with you." Izumi, "Perfect. Since we are going to cross the street, and it is dangerous, we should." Nejire slightly opened her eyes as she watched Izumi intertwine her hand with the freckled boy's. "Nejire, Izumi, what are you doing?" Izumi, "They have to hold hands to cross the street. But if you feel uncomfortable, then just let go of my brother's hand," he said as he stood on the other side of Izuku to take his hand. Izuku could feel Nejire slightly tighten his grip to say, "Then let's cross the street." Her eyes met her once again and a slight blush appeared on the blue-haired girl's cheeks. Part 17, Our Souvenir Photo. Izuku simply smiled slightly to reciprocate the grab of that beautiful light blue-haired girl, saying, "Let's go shopping then." Izumi quite happily would say, "Yeah." The three of them started walking, but both Nejire and Izuku were feeling a warm sensation in their chests, a sensation that was growing more and more. They visited several clothing stores where Izuku bought several dresses for his little Izumi. Nejire helped Izumi try on the dresses. The green-haired girl could see a slight but beautiful smile on the blue-haired girl's face. The freckled man was waiting for them outside the locker room with several bags in his hands. The employees of the place were looking at him as he was wearing a black shirt with black jeans and red and black tennis shoes. His long hair was tied up and he really looked quite handsome. Izuku could still feel the warmth of the light blue-haired girl's hands. Lowering his gaze slightly, he appreciated her hand to smile lightly since he didn't even know what was happening with his emotions. Inside the locker room, Izumi asked Nejire a question, making her nervous and embarrassed. Do you like my brother, Miss Nejire? Nejire looked to the side as she couldn't look Izumi in the eyes. Why are you asking me that, little Izumi? He asked, trying to calm down. Izumi, you were just smiling in a different way, and you could have let go of my brother's hand, but you didn't. I even saw you tighten your grip, and you're not going to tell me you're just friends because friends don't do that. Nejire was left blank since she was right. The only thing she could do was bring her hands to her face, covering herself in shame. Izumi, seeing her reaction, knew that she had hit the mark, so in a small movement she hugged her tenderly, saying, I knew it, I'm happy that you're the one with my brother. And don't worry, I won't let those home-wrecking cats get close to him. My brother only belongs to you. Those words saddened Nejire even more, who could no longer utter a word. The two left the locker room. Izuku was happy when he saw them, but he noticed how the light blue-haired girl wasn't looking at him, and even more so that her face was a little red. Izuku approached her to say, Miss Nejire, are you okay? Nejire, oh yes, I love. She couldn't finish speaking as Izuku rested his forehead on hers, an action that made her smoke. She could feel his breathing so close. Izumi covered her face, saying, I didn't know my brother was so daring. Izuku stepped away from her, saying, I don't understand, your face is red but you don't have a fever. Are you sure you don't have a headache or something? He asked again as he was worried about his new friend. Nejire nodded her head, still unable to look at him in her eyes. Izuku somewhat doubtfully replied, All right. So now let's go get some ice cream. After saying that, he grabbed Nejire's hand again to start walking. Izumi was now taking Nejire's other hand since the green-haired man's other hand was holding several bags. Nejire looked at her hand intertwined again with the freckled boy's and couldn't help but think that she wanted that moment to last a little longer. After about 10 minutes, the three of them were sitting at a small table in an ice cream shop that was in the center of the city. All three of them were eating ice cream. Nejire, at Izumi's order, sat next to the freckled boy and Izumi sat in front of them. Izumi, yum, that's delicious. Thanks for pampering me, brother. Izuku, you're welcome, princess. It's the least I can do since I was away from home for so many years. Nejire could see a hint of nostalgia in the freckled boy's eyes. Nejire looked at her phone and a little hesitantly asked if the three of them could take a photo. Izumi's eyes lit up with excitement at the idea. She was in favor of taking a photo of the three of them together. Izuku, it's no problem for me. Nejire, then. She got a little closer to him and Izumi stood to one side of the two, and when she was about to take the photo she could feel how the freckled boy's arm held her closer to him, thus allowing Izumi to get closer to them. Izuku, if we are like this we look like a family. Nejire just blushed at those words but took the photo anyway. After that first photo, Izumi grabbed the light blue-haired girl's phone, saying, Now I'll take a photo of just the two of you, so please don't be shy and give each other a hug. Nejire and Izuku said at the same time. A hug? Izumi nodded her head. Nejire, our little Izumi, don't you think that's it? She could feel the green-haired man's arms hug her warmly from behind. Izuku rested his chin on the light blue-haired girl's left shoulder. Nejire turned her face slightly to look at him, and could notice how there was also a small, almost imperceptible blush on her face. And letting herself be carried away by her emotions, she put her hands on top of his, and then gave him a little kiss on her cheek. At that moment, Izumi took the photo since it was the perfect moment to do so. Nejire separated from him a little embarrassed, and Izumi gave him back his phone to whisper, It's okay to be honest with your feelings. Izumi looked at her brother who was looking out the window since at that moment he didn't know how to look the blue-haired girl in the eyes. Little Izumi could see from the reflection in the glass that her brother was blushing a little, so she just let out a little laugh and said to herself, They are definitely made for each other. I just hope that in the future they can be more honest with their emotions. This proceeded to finish eating her ice cream, and after several minutes they were already walking towards their houses. Izuku and Izumi were accompanying Nejire to her house since it was a little late to let her go alone. On the way back, they both didn't know how to act after that little kiss. Their hands were touching. Nejire wanted to grab his hand, but she simply couldn't, and from one moment to the next, without realizing it, they began to bring their hands together until it was a firm grip. The three of them walked in a small warm silence, as there was nothing else to say. Upon arriving at the blue-haired girl's house, they had to say goodbye. Izumi hugged her tightly, telling her that she had a lot of fun with her. With a small look, she and he said goodbye, but instead of exchanging words, Nejire only showed him a slight smile and then entered her house. When she closed the door, she sat on the floor, covering her face, quite embarrassed. Izuku and Izumi returned home, and upon arrival Izumi went to show her mother everything her brother had bought her. The green-haired boy alone went to his room to read on the window frame, saying, "If I hadn't hugged her, maybe she would have said goodbye to me. I will apologize to her tomorrow." The next day we can see how Izuku and Kacchan were training in the UA gym in the afternoon after asking Director Nise for permission. Kacchan had already hit the freckled boy several times on several occasions. He stopped to look at his friend and ask, "Is something wrong with you, Izuku? You've been very distracted during training. I can read your movements as if it were nothing. What's the matter?" he asked as he extended his hand to his friend to help him stand up. Izuku grabbed his friend's hand and stood up, scratching the back of his neck, saying, "Forgive me, Kacchan, I'm really distracted. The truth is that since I got home yesterday with Izumi, I've been a little distracted," he replied as he remembered when he hugged the light blue-haired girl. "Kacchan, did something in particular happen to have you so distracted? Since you're usually very attentive to everything," he said, giving his friend a light tap on his shoulder and showing him a smile. "Izuku, you see, yesterday when we went out with Izumi we met Miss Nejire and Kacchan, let me guess, our little princess invited her to join them, didn't she?" Izuku nodded his head, confirming his friend's question. "Kacchan, so what happened next?" he asked, looking at the ceiling of the place. "Izuku, Miss Nejire accepted Izumi's invitation and joined us. We went shopping and then ate ice cream then. At one point Izumi took a photo of both of us. She asked us to hug each other for the photo, and I hugged Miss Nejire, and after that moment she didn't look at me, and when we said goodbye she didn't say a word to me. I think he was upset by my hug. Maybe he didn't like it. When I see her I will apologize." Kacchan looked at his friend, noticing how he was a little worried about what had happened. He couldn't help but let out a small laugh, saying, "I see you're still the same, Izuku. I'm glad my best friend is like that." He put his hand on her right shoulder, saying, "I'm sure Miss Nejire is not upset or angry with you. I know they'll be back to normal once they talk again. So don't be so worried, Izuku." "Izuku, thanks for listening to me, friend." "Kacchan, hey, we're family, so it's obvious that I'll listen to my brother." This one in his thoughts would say, "Miss Nejire didn't look at you because she was obviously embarrassed. I guess watching their relationship develop will be fun." Izuku grabbed his wooden katana again to say, "Well, let's get back to our training, Kacchan. This time you won't be able to hit me so easily." Kacchan showed a big smile to say, "Well, this time I won't have mercy on you if you let your guard down again. Did you hear me right?" Then he would say to himself, "Wind breathing." Izuku became serious and said, "Breath of fire." Both of them launched themselves towards each other at great speed, leaving only a green and orange trail visible. Part 18. The beginning of the end. "Vlad, be quiet." The entire class fell into complete silence. Vlad had a slight smile on his face as if he was happy on that day. Kendo in his thoughts would say, "Sensei looks very happy, I wonder why that is." "Vlad, I am very proud to have the honor of giving you this news. From today we will change the trajectory of Class B, now we will be the best class. Today we will have a new classmate in our classroom, but you have already had the honor of meeting him before." At those words several people opened their eyes slightly. "Vlad, you can come ahead, boy." Kendo and the others looked at the entrance door, seeing a head of green hair appear. Izuku had a slight smile as he stood next to Vlad. "Vlad, introduce yourself to the others." Izuku understood. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I hope we can all get along from now on. It is an honor for me to be in the same class as you, he exclaimed with great emotion. Vlad, young Midoriya has chosen to be in our class. He couldn't finish speaking as all the men approached the freckled boy and began to bombard him with questions with great excitement. Kendo just let out a small laugh as she watched him respond to everyone with quite a bit of enthusiasm. The green-haired boy's eyes met Ibara's, who showed him a slight smile, saying, "It's a pleasure for me to see you again, miss. I promised her that I would be there to help her and guide her. And a gentleman always keeps his promise." These words saddened the green-haired girl. "Izuku, listen to me carefully. My duty as their partner is to make them overcome their limits, to become better with each passing day. And I will do my best to light the fire of determination in their hearts," he exclaimed with great seriousness and determination. Vlad patted him on the back, saying, "You are my greatest pride, boy." The others could see how their sensei was shedding tears. Meanwhile, Kacchan was in Class A introducing himself to the others. Everyone was amazed because despite having a serious look, he was very polite and respectful. Kacchan gave a slight bow to his sensei, saying, "I will be in your care, Aizawa-sensei. I promise to do my best to not disappoint you." Aizawa looked at him for a few seconds and gave a slight smile, saying, "I will do my best to make you the best hero of all." Everyone was surprised that Aizawa could smile. The black-haired man could tell that they were thinking something bad about him, so he looked at them seriously. "Aizawa, next to Jiraiya there is an empty seat, Bakugo. You may take a seat." Katsuki nodded his head, obeying his teacher's order. The purple-haired girl was a little nervous since he was now sitting next to her. Jiraiya was playing with her jacks, and she lightly glanced at him, and by chance her gaze and his met for a brief second. Kacchan just smiled slightly, saying, "I hope we can get along, miss." Those words made a slight blush appear on Jiraiya's cheeks, who quickly turned her gaze, saying, "Same to you." Mina watched the scene from her spot with a slight smile as she thought that they were both meant for each other. Returning to Izuku, we can see how he was in the locker room while putting on his sports suit. In the girls' section, everyone was talking about the freaked guy. "Kinoko, Any, don't you think Midoriya is quite cute? The school uniform fits her body well." Kendo, with his hand on his chin, would say, He's cute, but he's very charismatic and funny. What do you think, Ibara?" "Ibara, well, I think he's someone kind, and when he talks to you he manages to make you feel safe and warm." They all agreed with those words, since it was something that no one could deny. Several minutes later. "Vlad, well, today we will find out and test their endurance and strength to see if they are improving or not. The test will consist of rescuing hostages, who will be mannequins, while they advance through various obstacles. This test has a time limit. The priority is to use your strategies and skills with your gift. If they make mistakes, it doesn't matter because they are here to improve and be better." They understood. Everyone else agreed in agreement. "Vlad, okay then. Midoriya, would you like to be the first to take the test?" Izuku took a step forward and with a big smile he would say, "I would be delighted, sensei." He stood on the starting line ready to take on the test. All his teammates were watching to see him use his skills. "Vlad, are you ready?" Izuku, "Yes," he exclaimed with a serious look. He closed his eyes, feeling a flame of fire running through every part of his body. "Vlad, start." Izuku opened his eyes, unleashing a wave of fire from his body and flying out at high speed, overcoming all obstacles with great ease. "I have saved the hostages by making it look easy." Vlad was shocked as all he could see was the trail of flames left in his wake. The others were speechless at how amazing their new companion was. Izuku stopped holding the last hostage in his arms, saying, "This is the last one." Vlad stopped his stopwatch, noticing how he had undoubtedly broken a new record by doing it in just 35 seconds. Vlad, with a big smile, would say, 35 seconds, Midoriya. You're awesome, kid, you broke Mirio Togata's time." Those words left the other surprised. Izuku, Mirio Togata. He remembered that he was one of Nijire's friends. Izuku, He means the superior Togata. Two teachers had seen everything that happened from the gymnasium door. Cementos and Ectoplasm approached Vlad saying, "I see you have a prodigy student in your class, Vlad." Vlad would proudly say, "That's right, this guy will become the strongest hero of all. I'm sure he'll surpass even All Might himself." Cementos looked at the freckled boy for a few seconds since he didn't think anyone could surpass All Might. Ectoplasm, Vlad, do you think we should give the boy another test? Vlad looked at Izuku to say, "Do you agree with that idea, boy?" Izuku, it's fine with me, we have to take advantage of every opportunity to become stronger. On the other hand, we can see how Bakugo, with the entire class trying to catch him, the ashen-haired boy moved with an agility and flexibility that even surprised Mina herself. While dodging them, he would say to himself, "They are very slow, they definitely need to improve their physical condition because in this state anyone could easily defeat them if they managed to nullify their gift." Aizawa watched them from under the shade of a tree since the one who had proposed that kind of training had been the cinder-haired one. Aizawa, he's definitely not even trying to avoid it, it's like he's playing with children who have just started to walk. He is showing them the abysmal difference between him and them. Shoda deployed his ice pillars trying to freeze him, but he effortlessly dodged them. Bakugo, being in the air, looked at her out of the corner of his eye saying, "He certainly did not prioritize the fact that he could catch his own teammates with his attack." He clapped his hands lightly, releasing a small wave of air saying, "Well, you can rest now." Jairu and the other girls were panting from exhaustion as they had been running around trying to catch him, but still hadn't even been able to touch his clothes. Bakugo walked up to his sensei to inform him about what he had seen thanks to that little training. Ida was on his knees as he couldn't even catch him even with his speed. While in the classroom of Class 3 the boys were on their break time. Nejire was a little thoughtful since she hadn't stopped thinking about the green-haired boy. She felt something land on her head. She slightly raised her gaze, seeing Tamaki and Mirio, who had placed a can of juice on her head. Nejire took the drink in her hands saying, "They are definitely keeping an eye on me, hee." Mirio was about to speak when they could see several boys running through the hallways. One of them stopped in the doorway to say, "Senpais have to come see this. There's a student from Class 1B who is facing off against Cementos and Ectoplasm Sensei together." Mirio carried Nejire in his arms saying, "Let's go see." The blonde was very excited, wanting to know what it was about. Meanwhile Izuku was in the air, barely supported by a pillar of cement. He had his katana while a slight amount of fire came out of his teeth. Izuku had a serious look as he saw how just centimeters away were several pillars of cement that were about to hit him, not to mention the fact that above him were several ectoplasm clones. A heat wave came out of his body and Izuku disappeared in a fiery flash, leaving a ring of fire. In just seconds he was already centimeters away from Cementos, leaving behind the figure of a fire snake that enveloped the ectoplasm clones and the Cementos pillars. The snake's head was about to bite the two mentioned. Cementos had not even been able to see the moment in which it had moved. Izuku put away his katana with a slight bow, saying, "Thank you very much for the training, senseis." Cementos could now understand the reason for Vlad's words. He with a slight smile would say, "I am sure that fire will be a light that will illuminate thousands of people. I want to see you being the best hero ever, boy. Ectoplasm, I have my expectations set on you." Several students were crowded at the gymnasium door. Nejire and Mirio had been able to see the outcome of the fight. Mirio was certainly impressed and would say, "I'm sure he's much stronger than his partner. Nejire, he is someone amazing." At that a voice would say, "HHHH. Izuku Midoriya, you must leave to meet up with the other last breath users." Everyone could see a crow fly in and land on the green-haired boy's shoulders. Izuku had a serious look upon hearing the crowd's words. On the other hand, Kacchan looked at the crowd that was on his shoulder, knowing what was about to happen. "Crow HHGG. Katsuki Bakugo, the last user of wind breathing, you must head with your partner to see the boss. They must leave in 3 days. Elsewhere we can see AFO holding the doctor by the skull. There were purple veins all over his body, and his face was the same as it had been in his prime. AFO, I don't need it anymore, doctor. After saying that, he smashed his head in, splattering his blood all over the place. AFO, I will take the world in the palm of my hand. I will grow my own moons. Part 19, the first 3 users to arrive. 2 days later. Izuku was being hugged tightly by Izumi, who didn't want to let him go for fear that something would happen to him. Izuku stroked her head tenderly, and with a slight smile he reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I promise I'll come back safe and sound. And when I do, I promise we'll go to the beach together and play. I'll also buy you anything you ask for." "Izumi, I don't want any of that. All I want is for you to stay here by my side and not leave." "That's all I want, brother," he said, shedding a few tears. Kacchan approached both of them and slowly separated her from the freckled boy, making her look at him in her eyes. "Kacchan, princess, I promise to bring him back no matter what it takes. I won't take my eyes off him to make sure he doesn't get lost again. I'll take care of it for you." "Izumi, are you really going to do it, Kacchan Onayakin?" Kacchan hugged her, saying, "I promise you, princess." Izumi hugged him tightly, saying, "Please take care of yourself too. I don't want anything bad to happen to either of them." Inko and Mitsuki watched the scene, moved to see that the green-haired girl didn't want to lose them again. Both young men hugged her warmly before standing up and looking at their mothers. Inko hugged them both, wishing them luck. "Mitsuki, please be very careful, my boys. Come back soon." She gave them a big hug which lasted for a few seconds and then separated from them. "Izuku, we'll be back soon, I promise." They both looked up at the sky, noticing 2 crows flying above them. "Crows, it's time to go." Izuku and Kacchan began to walk away little by little. Both had their suits on. Their gaze was quite serious. The 2 of them disappeared from the place quickly, since the place they had to go was quite far away. In another faraway place we can see how one of the users of the breaths was already in the presence of the pattern. In front of his warm purple eyes was a beautiful blonde who had a slight smile of happiness at being able to meet him. She was kneeling, showing a sign of respect by looking down. "Boss, please look up, my child. There is no need for such a show of respect. Respect must be earned, and after all, this is the first time you and I have met in person. I appreciate you coming so quickly at my request. I hope my tender messenger has not scared you," he said while caressing a female crowd. "My name is Hikaru Ubuyashiki. I am one of his many descendants. In fact, I am the last one left. In my family there have always been sacred scrolls containing instructions and training to master certain breathing techniques. These are solar breathing, the lunar breath, the breath of the flower, ice breath. The latter was almost forgotten as no user was able to support it. I have information that there are more roles with the rest of the breaths, such as sound, insect, fire, water, mist, love, rock, thunder, snake, and beast breath. But they are not at my disposal. Which of these breathing methods are you a user of, my girl? Please introduce yourself. I'd like to get to know you a little better." "Girl, my name is Melissa Shield. I'm 18 years old. And I'm the user of the Ubuyashiki-sama love breath." "Patron, wow, how interesting, you are the user of the breath of love. You look very lively, my girl." "Melissa, it's just that my teacher always spoke to me about the Ubuyashiki family with such respect. And just like she did, I want to serve you and help you as much as I can, boss." "Boss, I appreciate your willingness and kindness, my girl. I'm sure your other companions will arrive soon," he said while looking at the cherry trees that released their petals, which were carried by the wind. At that a raven flew above them, saying, "Ag, my lord, the sound-breathing user has arrived." Melissa slightly opened her eyes to see him, but when she turned around she saw no one. Then a voice on her left side said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Ubuyashiki-sama. Let me introduce myself. I am Yorashi Inesa, the successor of sound breathing." Melissa turned to her side, looking at a young man with black hair and a serious look who was kneeling next to her. In that they both could see how several butterflies passed by them, in that a warm and sweet voice would say, "Sorry I'm late, Ubuyashiki-sama. Insect breath user Psycho Intelli is at your disposal and to serve you. I am deeply grateful to be able to stand before you." Melissa looked at her out of the corner of her eye, seeing how beautiful the girl was. She had wavy gray hair that turned to beautiful purple at the tip. Her eyes showed an imperturbable calm. "Patron, you certainly never cease to amaze me how amazing you all are. I am the lucky one to be able to meet you. And thanks again for being here a day earlier than expected. It is a pleasure for me to know that before my eyes I have the users of sound, love, and insect." On the other hand, we can see how hawks flew over the outskirts of the city, seeing with horror parts of dismembered human beings scattered everywhere. Through his intercom I have heard the voice of a certain rabbit. "Mirko, there are more dismembered bodies around this area, Hawks. I wonder who is sick enough to do such a thing? But the blood is not that fresh, which means they were mutilated in the early hours of the morning somewhere." The rabbit turned to look down an alley, seeing scattered debris and stained walls. The sun was almost setting. "Hawks, you're right, I'll have to warn the others since this isn't something we can just ignore so easily." "Mirko, understood, I will continue patrolling to see if I can find more clues about who is responsible." The rabbit covered her nose like the smell of blood was unbearable for her. After saying that, they both cut off communication through their intercoms. Hawks, while flying, was worried, and for the first time in his career as a hero he was feeling fear of dying. On the other hand, we can see how AFO was inside a house where no light penetrated. In his hand he was holding a woman's arm. He approved as he licked the blood from his fingers. His eyes were a shade of red and his irises were slanted. "AFO, this feeling is incredible. I never thought human flesh could be so delicious. I feel like the power flows through every part of my being, and not only that, all the quirks I have are enhanced more. I no longer have the need to go after one for all. It will only be a matter of time before all might is defeated. But the most important thing now is to create my own moons. I will spread terror and chaos throughout the world." At that point he could hear someone walking outside. Through a small hole he could see the hero Hawks, who was following a trail of blood. AFO showed a psychopathic smile to say to himself, "I will give you the honor of being the first moon I create." Chapter 20. The Meeting of All Users. Currently Nejire had her eyes closed as a breeze of fresh air hit her beautiful face. This opened them, seeing how they were in the air, seeing a beautiful view of beautiful trees that covered a large area. The blue-haired girl was being carried by the freckled man who was carrying her on his back. Nejire was certainly surprised, as it was a unique and very beautiful sight. Izuku looked at her out of the corner of his eye, noticing her surprise, so he would say, "It's a beautiful view, don't you think, Miss Nejire?" Nejire, "Yes, it is a beautiful view." Both were falling, but the young people moved by leaning on the thick branches of the trees, crossing a great distance in a matter of seconds as if it were nothing. Flashback. Izuku and Kacchan had left their homes to go see the boss, but on the way they met the sky-blue-haired girl who was following them. They both stopped and asked him why he was following them. Nejire, well, the truth is that when you told me about the other breaths I got very excited, and when the crowd said that they had to go meet the other users The blue-haired girl was a little nervous, as she didn't want to show that she actually wanted to be with the freckled boy. Kacchan noticed this, so he smiled slightly, saying, "If Miss Nejire would like, she can join us. Your beautiful company would be very pleasing to us." "True, brother?" he asked, referring to the freckled man. "Izuku, Kacchan is right, and if you are interested in learning more about breathing, it would be better if you come with us." "Nejire, can I really go with you?" she asked with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Kacchan just let out a small laugh, saying, "Of course. Of course, if you don't mind Izuku carrying you on his back, since we'll be moving very fast." Nejire looked at the freckled boy and blushed slightly, saying, "I wouldn't mind being carried by him." Kacchan put his hand on the freckled boy's shoulder, saying, "You heard the lady, brother." Izuku knelt down with his back to her so she could climb on. Kacchan carried the things the freckled boy was carrying. Nejire climbed up and leaned against him slightly, a little embarrassed. "Izuku, please hold on tight, we'll be going very fast. Nejire nodded his head, standing closer to him. Kacchan, well, we better keep moving. After saying that again, they disappeared from the place. End of flashback. After 15 minutes, the three of them could see a beautiful path full of cherry trees and a beautiful, large farm in the distance. Crow, they're almost there. Kacchan and Izuku continued making great leaps, reaching quite amazing heights. In that moment, they could see how, several meters ahead of them, a beautiful girl with long brown hair was running. At her side was a crow, which was also guiding her. Izuku a hunter. Kacchan, she's fast. I wonder what breathing he uses. Finally, they reached the beginning of a huge staircase that went up to the entrance of the property. Izuku gently lowered Nejire, saying, We have finally arrived. The whole place was surrounded by beautiful cherry trees. Nejire, this place is beautiful. They both began to climb the stairs until they finally reached the huge entrance door, where they met a beautiful albino girl who was wearing a kimono. Kacchan recognized her since she was the same girl he had saved days ago. Seeing him, she smiled slightly and bowed slightly to the two users, saying, Welcome, hunters. The boss has been waiting for them. I will guide you to him. She noticed Nejire, so she asked, Excuse my question, but the lady who is with you is Izuku. She's my Tsukuko. I'm training her to learn fire breathing. The girl nodded her head, saying, I understand. Welcome, miss. She opened the huge door, revealing the interior, which was quite beautiful and peaceful. Izuku and Kacchan could feel someone resting their hands on their shoulders. Both of them slightly opened their eyes, since for that brief second they could feel their two teachers behind them guiding them. The albino turned to look at them, noticing how they had stopped walking. Is something wrong? Kacchan with a melancholic smile would say, We're just a little nostalgic, miss, that's all. They continued on their way until they finally reached the boss and were surprised to see 6 more people. The albino girl bowed slightly, saying, Abuyashiki-sama, the last 2 users have arrived. Izuku and Kacchan, seeing the boss, knelt down and lowered their heads. Nejire immediately did the same, standing next to Izuku. Melissa, seeing the 2 young men in her thoughts, would say, Kaya, you both are very cute. The green-haired boy is very adorable with his freckles. Izuku, it's an honor to meet you, Abuyashiki-sama. I'm sorry I'm so late. Patron, it's a pleasure to see you arrive safe and sound. They must be exhausted from their long journey. Please, Shoko, bring them something to see, my boys. Kacchan, don't worry about us, boss. We are here to serve you and be of help. Patron, I care about each of you, since you were willing to travel so far at my call. Please, I would like you to introduce yourselves again to your last 2 comrades so we can get to know each other a little better. Everyone agreed slightly. Inasa, my name is Inasa Yorashi, and I am the user of sound breathing. Melissa, I'm Melissa Shield, and I'm a love breath user. Psycho, my name is Psycho Intelli, and I use insect breath. Shindo, my name is Yo Shindo, and I use snake breathing. Shinso, I am Hitoshi Shinso, and I use mist breathing. Kami, I'm Kami Atsushimi, and I trained to master flower breathing, but I couldn't. I'm a little clumsy, she said while sticking out the tip of her tongue and giving herself a little bump on the head. So I created my own breathing. I am the first user of illusion breathing. This is in line with my gift. Kacchan, I'm Katsuki Bakugo. I use wind breathing. Izuku, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I am the user of fire breath, he exclaimed with great excitement. All eyes turned to Nejire, who became nervous. Boss, and you, my girl, what breathing do you use? He asked very kindly. Nejire could look into his eyes, feeling the love and affection that a father can give to his son. His way of speaking was so warm and gentle. Nejire, I'm Nejire Hado, and well, I'm training with Izuku to use fire breathing. She expected to be excluded for not being a user of any breathing, but the words that came out of the boss's mouth surprised her. Pattern, cheer up, my girl, I know you will master the breathing of fire. I admire your courage and determination to learn breathing. I have high hopes for you and all of you, my children. He smiled at everyone, making everyone show him more respect and admire him. Patron, the reason I have gathered you here has to do with the dark times that are approaching. Elsewhere we can see Hawks lying on the ground writhing in pain. AFO looked at him with a smile after having stuck his finger in his neck, giving him a large amount of his blood. Hawks could feel his skin tearing off his body as his new skin emerged in a pale gray hue, eyes appearing on his wings. His hair turned white and at the tips it turned blood red, his eyes turned deep blue. He could feel how he was losing all his memories as his transformation progressed. AFO, wow, your appearance has certainly undergone a drastic change. But you look better this way. Hawks looked up, revealing cold, emotionless eyes. The peculiar thing was that there was a number marked in his eyes. Part 21, Love and Fire vs. the First Waning Moon. 3 months later. Kirishima was under a waterfall supporting the weight of the water that fell on his entire body. Next to him were Tetsu, Minoma, Ida, Kaminari and Mineta, but the latter was being carried away by the current of the water. The dwarf had his eyes rolled back. Inasa was watching them with his arms crossed as he was supervising their training. Inasa, maintain concentration at all times. If your mind gives up, then your body will too. He could hear how they were chanting a kind of mantra in their own way. Plus ultra, they repeated over and over again. On the other hand, Saiko was dodging Momo, Kendo, Jairu and Mina, who were trying to catch her, but no matter how hard they ran it seemed impossible to even touch her. They were all exhausted from fatigue, panting as they tried to recover their food. Saiko looked at them with a slight smile, encouraging them not to give up and to keep trying. Momo, as she is very fast and elegant at the same time. Mina, her walk is like that of a beautiful butterfly. Kendo, she doesn't look the least bit tired, she definitely has very high stamina. Uraraka, Tsuyu, Aoyama and Agakura were going down a huge mountain trying to avoid several traps that were there. They all had scratches and slight bruises from being constantly beaten. Shinso was watching over them on a tree and was in charge of their training. Shinso in his thoughts would say, "They could have given up in their first week, but still." Despite having received so many blows and falls, they continued to strive. Elsewhere, Melissa had a beautiful smile as she helped Sato, Siro, Yui, Jiroda, Yosetsu and Kaibara stretch. Siro watched as Jiroda screamed in pain. He didn't want to know anything about being next. Melissa with a beautiful smile extended her hand saying, "Well, keep going boy, cheer up, don't be afraid, it's too easy." Siro just gulped because he knew his fate was inevitable. Meanwhile, Shoko, Tokoemi, Jairu, Tagaru, Setsuna and Kinoko were attacking Kacchan using wooden swords. Again and again they were knocked down by the gray-haired boy who hit them in their weak points, repeating over and over again that they had to protect themselves better. The purple-haired girl was sitting on the ground after being knocked down. Kacchan extended his hand to her with a slight smile saying, "Are you okay?" Jairu looked to the side saying, "Why yes, I'm fine." She took his hand and stood up. Kacchan looked at Shoko to say, "You can now start training with Izuku." Shoko nodded her head and began to walk away from the place. Clarification: remember that here Todoroki is a woman, which is why I named her Shoko. This was mentioned several chapters ago. It was mentioned that she was a woman. After arriving at the place where the green-haired boy was training, he came across a rather peculiar scene. Izumi, Nejire, Ibara, Pony, Kozai, Bando, Reiko and Rin were sitting while eating, repeating over and over again, "Oh my." The bicolor stood at the entrance with a blank look. Izuku, seeing her, greeted her with a big smile, saying, "Welcome, Miss Todoroki. I see you've passed Kacchan's training. That's very good. Come and sit with us if you are hungry. I'll serve her some food." The bicolor could notice how her other classmates had an air of happiness and tranquility, a completely different reality from what the rest of her classmates were living. Izumi had her hair up in a ponytail. She had a small UA tracksuit made at the freckled boy's request. Izuku handed his tray of food to the bicolor girl, always showing her a slight smile. Shoko looked at him for a few seconds as she found it difficult to get used to the change in atmosphere. She put her two hands together saying, "Itadakimasu." Then he proceeded to taste his food, and as he did so he couldn't help but make an expression of happiness at the taste of the food. Nejire was sitting next to the freckled boy with a slight smile on her face. After finishing eating, everyone helped the freckled boy wash his things and then continued with the training. Nejire held a wooden sword as she repeatedly performed the first and second fire stances. The others also carried out attacks with the wooden swords. Separated from them were Izuku and the bicolor, both kneeling under the shade of a cherry tree. Izuku had an ancient scroll in his hands. I opened it and placed it on the ground, showing the name of a breath. Shoko, ice breath. Izuku, that's right. Kacchan already told me that you couldn't correctly perform any of the wind, sound, insect, or love breathing postures. And I'm not going to require you to try fire breathing. I think ice breathing is perfect for you. You can be the first user in this era. Do you want to try it? I will be there to guide you on your way. Shoko looked at the scroll and then looked at the freckled boy, and with great determination she would say, "Yes, please, teacher." Izuku with a big smile would say, "Well, let's do it then." On the other hand, we can see how in the Endeavor Agency and with several heroes, everyone was quite busy, since during those 3 months several heroes and civilians had disappeared without a trace. Mirko patrolled tirelessly, trying to find some clue about his friend Hawks, who had disappeared, as if the earth itself had swallowed him. The heroes were also very alert, as the Tartarus prison had been completely destroyed in the middle of the night, allowing several of the most dangerous prisoners to escape. The bodies of the guards had been brutally slaughtered, leaving no witnesses who could say who was responsible. People were afraid to even leave their own homes, as they could not trust the heroes to protect them. While at UA, Nizu and the other teachers were gathered together talking about the chaos that was breaking out all over Japan. "Nizu, the situation out there is definitely getting worse by the day." "Aizawa, at least we know that Class A and B are far away from here, otherwise they would get caught up in this whole thing." "Nizu, it's true, if that's what that man told us then. We are facing a being that will not hesitate to massacre anyone who gets in its way." All Might had a serious look on his face, as they hadn't heard anything about AFO and his henchmen for quite some time. Everything had been calm on that side, as if it were the calm before the storm. While in another part, in a place where little light entered, we can see how AFO was sitting on a throne with a serious look. "AFO, lower your heads and prostrate yourself on your knees." In front of him were 12 people on their knees. Each of them had a number engraved on their eye retina. "AFO, the heroes are scared, not knowing what is happening. We have to wait a little longer, and then we can make the world what we want. We will plunge Japan into despair. But for now I have a little job for you, my beautiful first waning moon," he replied with a big smile. 4 months later. Izuku was dodging Shoko's attacks quite seriously. Shoko exhaled cold air between her teeth to say, "Ice breath, first posture. Icicles rain." The freckled boy blocked those endless attacks using his katana, but he was undoubtedly surprised at how she was improving to an overwhelming level. "Izuku, well done, you certainly surprised me, Shoko. You have improved a lot, I congratulate you," he said, putting his hand on her hair, ruffling it slightly. Shoko had a slight smile on her face at her master's words. Izumi pulled her by her suit with a small pout and said, "I've been trying really hard to, Onaikan, or tell me something." Izuku just let out a small laugh to say, "Forgive me, my little princess. I'm also very proud of you." He looked to his other side, seeing the blue-haired girl, who also had a slight pout, since she also wanted him to fix her hair. At that, Izuku's crow landed on his shoulder, saying, Ag, first mission. Izuku, you have to head with Miss Melissa to the northwest urgently. Many people have been disappearing in that place. The number has risen to 300 people." Izuku opened his eyes slightly at those words. Meanwhile, at their destination, a figure of a beautiful woman was waiting for them, with the number 1 in her pupil. Chapter 22, Love and Fire vs. the First Waning Moon Part 2. Izuku and Melissa ran at high speed, following their crowds as they were about to reach their destination. Night was falling. "Crow, we're almost there." Both Izuku and Melissa could smell a strong scent of blood filling the air. The smell was so strong that it turned both of their stomachs. Melissa, the smell of blood is too strong. Izuku, we have to hurry up, otherwise more people will continue to die. They both quickened their pace as saving as many people as possible was their priority. Being 400 meters away, they could see a small village very far from all civilization. At the entrance to this one, the two could see a dismembered arm. Melissa covered her mouth upon seeing such a scene, since it was the first time she had seen something like that in person. She might have had a great training, but she was not used to seeing something like that. Izuku put a hand on his right shoulder, saying, "Please try to control your emotions. I know it's a tough thing to see, but you have to get the idea that deeper inside we'll see worse things." Melissa acknowledged her head, apologizing for her behavior. Izuku walked in front of her. Melissa, as she looked at his back, couldn't help but think that despite his age, he was much more mature than her. They could both see a lot of blood covering the walls of the houses and remains of people lying around. Some houses were burning in flames. Sitting on the ground was a man with his skull smashed in. The image was quite shocking to see. Izuku looked at the whole place in silence. Then they both heard a little girl's voice asking for help from several meters away. They quickly went to help her, no doubt finding a girl who was being hugged by her mother. Both were under the rubble of a house. The mother was covered in blood. The little girl was happy when she saw Izuku because for a moment she thought he was the demon that had attacked them. "Little one, please help us. I don't want that demon to devour me like it did with the others." The little girl was very scared and cried as she remembered everything. "Melissa, don't worry, little one, we will help you." She knelt down to try to move the rubble, but before she could do so, Izuku stood at her side, moving his katana at high speed, cutting 4 bullets that were heading towards the blonde. "Izuku, you were watching us the whole time, weren't you? I can feel your disgusting presence." From the distance of the shadows emerged a beautiful woman with purple hair. She was licking her bloody fingers while one of her arms was bent back, revealing a rifle. "Nagant, hey boy, you're really bad. How can you call a woman disgusting?" he would say with a sad look. Melissa and Izuku could see that he had a number engraved on his eye. "Melissa, so she's already started creating moons. She's the first waning crescent moon." They both could feel a horrible pressure on their bodies as she got a little closer. Melissa could feel how her nerves were not letting her react. The little girl had a look full of terror because there was the demon that had devoured her father and older sister. "Nagant, your meat looks so delicious, I'm dying to taste it." Melissa slightly opened her eyes as Nagant was standing next to her, whispering in her ear, wearing a slight psychopathic smile. Izuku quickly turned around and threw a slash, but Nagant dodged it by jumping back. She just let out a small laugh, saying, "Hey kid, who gave you permission to interrupt our conversation?" She couldn't finish speaking as a small cut appeared on her neck, opening her throat, releasing a little blood. Nagant in his thoughts would say, "But what? Did his katana even graze me? This brat." Izuku had a serious look and took a stance, saying, "Miss Melissa, please take the girl and her mother to a safe place. I will hold this demon back." Melissa managed to take control of her body and move the rubble, taking out the mother and the little girl. She grabbed them both, saying, "When they are safe, I will come back to help you." Izuku nodded his head, watching out of the corner of his eye as Melissa started running, carrying the two of them. The wound on Nagant's neck regenerated in a matter of seconds. "Nagant, I have mentioned about their existences, and that katana, ancient swords that absorb sunlight, the Nichiren katanas. So you are one of those mentioned Hashiras that the master talked so much about?" "Izuku, you're wrong, I'm not a Hashira yet. But don't worry, when I cut off your head and you die, then I will be. No matter if you are a waning moon, you are still a demon, your disgusting appearance will not change." Nagant was no longer smiling, she had a serious expression. "It doesn't matter what breathing you use in the end." Izuku could see how 2 more arms grew. She sent her arms back, thus deploying 4 rifles that had a horrible appearance, as they seemed to be fused to her flesh. "Nagant, I wonder if you can dodge or cut multiple shots at once?" Izuku jumped back and Nagant without hesitation fired a shower of bullets. Izuku, fire breath. Last position. A large amount of fire began to come out of the freckled man's mouth. His muscles tensed, and everything seemed to stop for a second. Izuku's body was burning in an abnormal way. The bullets were millimeters away from touching him. At that, a memory he had made with his master passed through his mind. Flashback. Rengoku looked at Izuku, who was kneeling in front of him with a serious expression. Rengoku, listen to me carefully, Izuku. What you want to do will put too much strain on your muscles to the point that they could tear in the middle of combat. Even the mere thought of it is suicidal, even for me. But I can see in your eyes how the flames of the fire of your determination consume you. We will train your body to the extreme so that you can do what you say. I had never thought of that. Use all the postures in a single attack, although each posture requires its own small reaction time. To do this, we have to make your body break the barrier of your limits again and again, since you will have to do all the postures at an overwhelming speed. But you will have to do this stance when you have a massive deployment attack that would be impossible for you to dodge, since doing so will involve excessive energy expenditure. If we achieve this, then you will have brought the breathing of fire to its maximum splendor. I trust you will succeed, my boy. End of flashback. Izuku opened his eyes to say, 12 waltzes from hell. His katana took on a bright reddish color. Nagant was levitating in the air, saying to himself, when you touch one of my bullets it will explode, releasing tiny needles made of blood, which if they stick into your skin will begin to release a deadly amount of poison. Not to mention the fact that you'll lose your senses. From then on it will only be a matter of minutes before you die. Izuku began to cut the bullets which exploded, but he advanced at high speed, performing the 12 fire stances without stopping. And in milliseconds he was already with his katana centimeters from Nagant's neck. The mouth of a fire snake was about to bite Nagant's head, while the dragon that is formed with the 9th purgatory posture was about to bite his neck. Behind Izuku there was a beautiful flame of fire, and in the air there were drops of blood that belonged to the freckled man. Much of the upper part of his suit was torn apart, having deep cuts from the blood needles. One of those needles was embedded in his left eye. Elsewhere, see how Kacchan was taking care of Izumi on the farm that the boss had given him. Kacchan was brushing his hair as they looked at the beautiful starry sky. Izumi was worried since it had been 2 days since her brother had left to complete that mission with Melissa. Kacchan noticed his concern, so with a slight smile he would say, you know, once Izuku and I fought with all our might to see who was stronger. Izumi turned to look at him, saying, oh really? Kacchan nodded his head, saying, seriously, princess? Izumi curiously asked. And who won, Katsuki Onaikan? Kacchan took her by both hands, saying, I used all my strength. I even used the 11th wind stance, and it was then that I realized that I wanted to become as strong as him. Izumi, that means? Kacchan nodded his head, saying, Izuku defeated me in a crushing way. And I dare say that of all the breath users here he is. At Shinso's estate he was on the roof looking at the beautiful moon. At his side were Yoshindo and Inasa Yorashi. Yoshindo, do you think Izuku and Melissa can defeat that demon? Shinso, most likely yes. Although we don't know what abilities that demon has or how strong it is. But I'm sure of one thing, and that is that he won't stop until he finishes off that demon. Inasa, so you too noticed his burning determination? When we were all gathered together and I saw him come in, I could tell just by looking at him that he was the strongest among us all. Returning to Melissa, she had blood stains on her body since along the way lower demons had appeared that were hiding in the shadows for fear of the waning moon. Melissa defeated them in a matter of seconds. She saved the 2 people, and when she was about to return to help the freckled man, something fell from the sky with such overwhelming force that it destroyed a large part of the ground, raising a large amount of dust in the process. Melissa stepped back several meters, feeling enormous pressure on her body. This, in his thoughts, would say, is this pressure almost the same as that demon's? Does that mean there is another waning moon in this place too? The dust slowly dissipated, revealing a person with overwhelming musculature, his eyes shining within the dust. Melissa could see how on her retina it said, Second waning moon. Why does that bastard have to be the only one who gets to have fun killing them? I want to have some fun too. But I doubt you can entertain me a bit. That person took a step forward, revealing Muscular, who had an impressive thirst for blood.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.